Journey of Awakening, a Meditator's Guidebook. Ram Dass. Originally published June 1978. An integrity in my being. The inner experiences of these past years have changed the perception and meaning of the daily events of my life. Achievement, sexual desire, anger, boredom, pleasure, money, relationships, work, and play. I no longer feel that one part of me is fighting another. I experience any integrity in my being that includes the deepest as well as the most superficial. More of the time, the moment, no matter what I am doing, is permeated with space, peace, equanimity, joy, and lightness. In this book, as in my others, I have attempted to share what I have found. Introduction. When we make it in our society and then don't feel good inside, happy, at peace with ourselves, we are confused. As we strive for external security and success, we anticipate that the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow will not only look good, but make us feel good. If it doesn't, we conclude that there is something wrong with us, that we need to adjust. The assumption is that an adjusted being would be happy with success. But success usually turns out not to be enough to make us happy, and the therapeutic couch isn't necessarily appropriate for what ails us. Disillusioned by the hollowness of success, some of us have sought fulfillment in revolution, others in dropping out, and others in trying to milk more and more gratification from our environment, and some of us have sought a solution to our problems in other cultures, philosophies, or religions. For me, this search took me from being a psychology professor at Harvard University, through experimentation with LSD and other psychedelics, and finally to the Himalayas in India. There I came to understand that I would have to approach my inner being directly to find a lasting answer. Meditation has been the best way to do this. There are innumerable meditative techniques deriving from many philosophies and religions. Over the past years I have sought training in and practiced a variety of these, and have profited greatly from each. The inner experiences of these past years have changed the perception and meaning of the daily events of my life. Achievement, sexual desire, anger, boredom, pleasure, money, relationships, work, and play. I no longer feel that one part of me is fighting another. I experience an integrity in my being that includes the deepest as well as the most superficial. More of the time, the moment, no matter what I am doing, is permeated with space, peace, equanimity, joy, and lightness. In this book, as in my others, I have attempted to share what I have found. In the final analysis, what has been found is simple. The challenge is to say it simply. I hope you will find this book to be of use. 1. Getting your bearings. The flow. There have been moments in your life when you were pure awareness. No concepts, no thoughts like I am aware or that is a tree or now I am meditating. Just pure awareness. Openness. A spacious quality in your existence. Perhaps it happened as you sat on a river bank and the sound of the river flowed through you. Or as you walked on the beach when the sound of the ocean washed away your thinking mind until all that remained was the walking, the feeling of your feet on the sand, the sound of the surf, the warmth of the sun on your head and shoulders, the breeze on your cheek, the sound of the seagull in the distance. For that moment your image of yourself was lost in the gestalt, in the totality of the moment. You were not clinging to anything. You were not holding on to the experience. It was flowing, through you, around you, by you, in you. At that moment you were the experience. You were the flow. There was no demarcation between you, sun, ocean, sand. You had transcended the separation that thought creates. You were the moment in all its fullness. Everyone has had such experiences. These moments are ones in which we have lost ourselves, or been taken out of ourselves, or forgotten ourselves. They are moments in flow. It is in these moments of your life that there is no longer separation. There is peace, harmony, tranquility, the joy of being part of the process. In these moments the universe appears fresh, it is seen through innocent eyes. It all begins anew. The past has flown away. The coming month and year do not exist, ours only is the present's tiny point. Shubhistari. We try so hard to overcome the separateness. More intimacy. More rubbing of bodies. More exchanging of ideas. But always it's as if you are yelling out of your room and I am yelling out of mine. Even trying to get out of the room invests the room with a reality. Who am I? The room that the mind built. We spend so much effort to get out of something that didn't exist until we created it. Something that is gone in a moment. We've all had moments when there was no room. But we freaked. Or explained it away, ignored it, or let it pass by. A moment. The moment of orgasm. The moment by the ocean when there is just the wave. The moment of being in love. The moment of crisis when we forget ourselves and do just what is needed. We each come out again and again. We turn and look and realize we're out, and panic. We run back in the room, close the door, panting heavily. Now I know where I am. I'm back home. Safe. No matter how squalid the room is, no matter how unmade the bed, no matter how many bugs are crawling around the kitchen. Safe. These moments appear again and again in our lives. For many people it first comes as a glimpse into other states of consciousness brought about by emotional trauma, drugs, sex, nature, or a love affair. This glimpse reveals to the person that there is something more. That he or she isn't exactly who he or she thought. You may link these moments with the conditions out of which they arose. Perhaps it's the moment of sexual orgasm when you transcend self-consciousness. Perhaps it's a moment of trauma, of extreme danger when you forget yourself. Perhaps it's when you are out in the woods away from people and you let down your defenses, loosen the boundaries of your self-consciousness. Perhaps when you are lazing by a stream. Perhaps when you are sitting quietly with friends you trust and love. For surfers it is the moment when they come into equilibrium with the incredible force of the wave. For skiers it is when the balance is perfect. When our skills fit the demand perfectly, then there is no anxiety. Then we have proved ourselves. There is nothing left to do. In that moment our awareness expands. These moments bring a sense of rightness, of total perfection, of being at one meant, of clarity, of feeling intimately involved with everything around you, of being free of the tension self-conscious thought brings. But you mistakenly identify the moment with the vehicle. You cling to these situations, you keep going back to them to recreate those moments. But you needn't cling to the situations that have triggered them in the past. These moments of flow can happen anywhere, anytime. Throughout life, each of us has had many of these moments. They are ephemeral. But such moments are the essence of meditation. What concerns us in this book are the practices that increase these meditative moments in your life, until ultimately your entire life is meditation in action. Then all of your acts are part of the flow of the universe. Why meditate? To live in the moment. To dwell in the harmony of things. To awaken. If I had my life to live over, I'd like to make more mistakes next time. I'd relax. I would limber up. I would be sillier than I have been this trip. I would take fewer things seriously. I would take more chances. I would climb more mountains and swim more rivers. I would eat more ice cream and less beans. I would perhaps have more actual troubles, but I'd have fewer imaginary ones. You see, I'm one of those people who live sensibly and sanely hour after hour, day after day. Oh, I've had my moments, and if I had it to do over again, I'd have more of them. In fact, I'd try to have nothing else. Just moments, one after another, instead of living so many years ahead of each day. I've been one of those persons who never goes anywhere without a thermometer, a hot water bottle, a raincoat, and a parachute. If I had to do it again, I would travel lighter than I have. If I had my life to live over, I would start barefoot earlier in the spring and stay that way later in the fall. I would go to more dances. I would ride more merry-go-rounds. I would pick more daisies. Nadine Stair, 85 years old. Louisville, Kentucky. Relax. Thought prison. Your ego is a set of thoughts that define your universe. It's like a familiar room built of thoughts. You see the universe through its windows. You are secure in it, but to the extent that you are afraid to venture outside, it has become a prison. Your ego has you conned. You believe you need its specific thoughts to survive. The ego controls you through your fear of loss of identity. To give up these thoughts, it seems, would annihilate you, and so you cling to them. There is an alternative. You needn't destroy the ego to escape its tyranny. You can keep this familiar room to use as you wish, and you can be free to come and go. First, you need to know that you are infinitely more than the ego room by which you define yourself. Once you know this, you have the power to change the ego from prison to home base. All that we are is a result of what we have thought. The Dhammapada. The epitome of the human realm is to be stuck in a huge traffic jam of discursive thought. Shokyam Trungpa. The myth of freedom. Consider awakening on a usual morning. The alarm clock rings. You come out of sleep, focus enough to think alarm clock, and reach over to turn it off. Your thoughts might go something like this. It's time to get up. I have to go to the toilet. It's warm in here. Do I smell coffee perking? I could still sleep for 10 more minutes. Oh, I forgot to do the dishes last night. I need to go to the toilet. Gee, my mouth tastes awful. I could still sleep for 10 more minutes. What was I dreaming about? Who was that person in my dream? Wonder if it's warm outside. Boy, I'm hungry. What's that sound in the other room? I really need to go to the toilet. God, I wish I could stay in bed all day. Thought after thought with the rapidity of a trip hammer. Thoughts about what you hear, what you taste, what you smell, what you see, what you feel, what you remember, what you plan. On and on they go. A raging roaring river of thoughts pouring through you. Think of me, think of me, think of me, 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 me first, think of me. And so it goes all day, until you go to sleep. You are totally in the control of your senses and thoughts. The alarm sounds and captures your attention, draws your awareness to it. But you are not your ears hearing the clock. You are awareness attending to your ears hearing. It's like when you're reading something so absorbing that you fail to hear someone enter the room. The sound of their steps triggers the processes of hearing, yet you do not hear. For you are busy reading and thinking. Just as you are not your ears hearing, you are not your other senses either. You are not the eyes seeing, nose smelling, tongue tasting, or skin feeling. Only your thoughts are left. Here is where most people cannot escape. For they identify totally with their thoughts. They are unable to separate pure awareness from the thoughts that are its objects. Meditation allows you to break this identification between awareness and the objects of awareness. Your awareness is different from both your thoughts and your senses. You can be free to put your awareness where you will, instead of it being grabbed, pushed, and pulled by each sense impression and thought. Meditation frees your awareness. A being whose awareness is totally free, who does not cling to anything, is liberated. Wherever there is attachment association with it, brings endless misery. Gampopa. The jewel ornament of liberation. We need the matrix of thoughts, feelings, and sensations we call the ego for our physical and psychological survival. The ego tells us what leads to what to avoid, how to satisfy our desires, and what to do in each situation. It does this by labeling everything we sense or think. These labels put order in our world and give us a sense of security and well-being. With these labels, we know our world and our place in it. Archie Bunker was for many years a TV archetype of a bigot. He had definite labels for who everybody else was. As long as they stayed within the labels, he seemed content. When the world refused to fit his labels, when the black turned out to be a corporation vice president or his doctor a woman, Archie's world collapsed. Our ego renders safe an unruly world. Uncountable sense impressions and thoughts crowd in on us, so that without the ego to filter out irrelevant information, we would be inundated, overwhelmed, and ultimately destroyed by the overload. Or so it seems. The ego has convinced us that we need it, not only that we need it, but that we are it. I am my body. I am my personality. I am my neuroses. I am angry. I am depressed. I'm a good person. I'm sincere. I seek truth. I'm a lazy slob. Definition after definition. Room after room. Some are in high-rise apartments. I'm very important. Some are on the fringe of the city, just hanging out. Meditation raises the question, who are we really? If we are the same as our ego, then if we open up the ego's filters and overwhelm it, we shall be drowned. If, on the other hand, we are not exclusively what the ego defines us to be, then the removal of the ego's filters may not be such a great threat. It may actually mean our liberation. But as long as the ego calls the shots, we can never become other than what it says. Like a dictator, it offers us paternalistic security at the expense of our freedom. We may ask how we could survive without our ego. Don't worry, it doesn't disappear. We can learn to venture beyond it, though. The ego is there, as our servant. Our room is there. We can always go in and use it like an office when we need to be efficient. But the door can be left open so that we can always walk out. Outside there is flow, no definition. We don't have to be thinking all the time about who we are. The tree is not saying, I'm a tree, I'm a tree, I'm an elm, I'm not an oak, I'm an elm. It's just being an elm. Why couldn't we have the same harmonious relationship to the universe that the elm does? The elm is harmonious whether it's a seed, or a little sapling, or a huge elm, or a rotting dead tree. Not us. We fight the flow. We think, I gotta stay young. Or, it's horrible. Or, I don't dare. That stops the flow. The intelligent man who is proud of his intelligence is like the condemned man who is proud of his large cell. Simone Weil. Simone Weil, A Life. If your mind is empty, it is always ready for anything, it is open to everything. In the beginner's mind there are many possibilities, in the expert's mind there are few. Shunryu Suzuki. Zen mind, beginner's mind. Initially most people choose to meditate out of curiosity or to relieve psychological pain, increase pleasure, or enhance power. The goal of all these motives is to strengthen the ego. For as the ego gets more comfortable, happy, and powerful, its prison walls thicken. The ego's motives do not allow examination of the ego itself, nor allow insight that the ego is your prison. These motives paradoxically contain the seeds of freedom, because they lead you to meditate more. Meditation makes you more calm and quiet, and in this new stillness other motives, deeper motives, arise for going further into meditation. As your meditation develops beyond the level of ego payoffs, the prison walls begin to crack. You might think of these deeper motives in many ways. To answer the question, who am I? To awaken cosmic consciousness. To see things just as they are, to rend the veils of illusion, to know God. to tune to the harmony of the universe, to gain more compassion, to reach a higher consciousness, to become liberated, to be born again, to know the truth which lies beyond dualism, to transcend the wheel of birth and death, to abandon desire, to be free. These motives all describe the same peak from different points at its base. They all express a single desire, to escape the prison of ego. From the moment you came into the world of being, a ladder was placed before you that you might escape. Divini Shamsi Tabriz. In the process of pursuing my own deeper motives, the ego neuroses that once preoccupied me, my obsessions with sexuality, achievement, love, and dependency, haven't all gone away. What has gone is my preoccupation and my identification with them. Now they are merely quaint and fascinating, an interesting room or passing show, rather than the huge mountains and crevasses and devastating potential disasters which once seemed to surround me on every side. Though I may get angry, I let go of the anger more quickly. And more important, I let go of the guilt connected with the anger. These feelings now simply arise and pass away, without my resisting or clinging to them. More and more I am just awareness. The explanation is involvement without clinging. Not grabbing at anything. You may be attached to your lover, you say my woman or my man. There's the clinging. It can be part of the flow of the moment to be with a man or woman, but if he or she disappears tomorrow, that's a new moment. No clinging. Your life just lives itself. You're not sitting around saying, how am I doing? Am I a failure in life? Am I a success? You're not judging. Your life is just a process. Unfolding. I'm a Ram Dass. I do whatever it is I do. I see people, teach, and write my books. I eat, sleep, and travel, get tired and irritable, go to the bathroom, touch, and taste, and think. A continuous stream of events. A flow. I am involved with it all, yet I cling to none of it. It is what it is. No big deal. The man in whom Tao acts without impediment, does not bother with his own interests, and does not despise others who do. He does not struggle to make money, and does not make a virtue of poverty. He goes his way, without relying on others, and does not pride himself on walking alone. While he does not follow the crowd, he won't complain of those who do. Rank and reward make no appeal to him, disgrace and shame do not deter him. He is not always looking for right and wrong, always deciding yes or no. Thomas Merton. The Way of Chuang Tzu. The mind of a yogi is under his control, he is not under the control of his mind. Sri Ramakrishna. The Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. Your duty is to be, and not to be this or that. Sri Ramana Maharshi. The Game of Awakening. We have built up a set of ego habits for gaining satisfaction. For some it involves pleasure, for others, more neurotic, it involves pain. As you look at many people's lives you see that their suffering is in a way gratifying, for they are comfortable in it. They make their lives a living hell, but a familiar one. This network of thoughts has been your home since you can remember. Your home is safe and familiar. It may be sad and painful sometimes, but it's home. And besides, you've never known any other. Because this structure has always been your home, you assume that it is what reality is, that your thoughts are reality with a capital R. If you start to use a method that makes gaps in this web of thoughts of who you are and what reality is, and if it lets the sunlight in and you peek out for a moment, might you not get frightened as the comforting walls of ego start to crumble? Might you not prefer the security of this familiar prison, grim though it sometimes may be, to the uncertainty of the unknown? You might at that point pull back toward the familiarity of your pain. That is the critical point. For here is your choice. whether you truly wish to escape from the prison or are just fooling yourself. For your ego includes both the suffering and the desire to be free of the suffering. Sometimes we use cures half-heartedly, with the secret hope that the cures will not work. Then we can hold on to our suffering while protesting we want to get free. But meditation does work. It gives you moments of sunlight, of clarity, and detachment. Sooner or later you must either stop meditation, do it in a dishonest way, or confront your resistance to change. When you begin meditation you may approach it as you would a new course in school, a new method to learn, a new goal to achieve. In the past when you took a new course you studied the rules of the game so you'd do well. You wanted to receive a high grade from the teacher, to get approval, or to be more powerful. As you advance in meditation, these external motives fall away. You begin to feel a spiritual pull from within. It is profound and it is scary. Most people start to meditate for psychological reasons. It's not that they feel a great yearning for God. They're just kind of miserable. Or they feel they'd be a lot more efficient if they had a quieter mind. Or that life would be more beautiful if their hearts were more open. Or that they would be more powerful if their minds were focused. Because this is all true, the mass movements in the spiritual community market their product to play on these ego motives. If there were nobody buying, they wouldn't be selling. For example, I recently got a magazine on meditation. On the back page it shows a couple, both very gentle-looking people. He is putting his hand on her breast, and she's looking down sort of pleased shy. The blurb says, "Very often the meditator is attracting more potential partners than ever before." And it's true. It's not a hustle, it's true. When everybody's light is veiled, as though they had dark clouds over them, even a little flicker of light makes the meditator seem special or attractive. The game of awakening is very subtle. At first you may buy the package of meditation because you're nervous, anxious, uptight. You want to get rid of all your pain and have a little pleasure out of life. But you really don't know what you're buying. They say, meditate, and you can have a Cadillac, but they don't tell you that when you get the Cadillac it's liable to feel a little empty. By the time you get to the Cadillac, who it was that wanted it isn't around anymore. See the predicament? Meditation changes your desires in the course of fulfilling them. You may meditate in order to get rid of your pain and increase your pleasure. When you have moments where you see your suffering as just a set of thoughts that come and go, you begin to develop a new perspective. But as you see that pain and suffering come and go, you also see that pleasure passes. If you use meditation to avoid pain and to have more pleasure, in the bargain you also come to see the transitory nature of pleasure. While at first you were motivated only to maximize your pleasure, you are now faced with what lies beyond pleasure and pain. Enlightened beings have always said that clinging to any experience or possession that is in time causes suffering, for everything changes. Both pleasure and pain are in time. To fully escape suffering, you must seek what lies beyond the polarities of pleasure and pain, beyond time. Time is the grim reaper of it all, of all forms. Form is always changing. Time, change, flow. Going to hold on? Where? Remember Shelley's poem about Ozymandias? He had been king of a long-forgotten desert empire. All that remained to tell his story was a broken statue half buried in sand. And on its pedestal it bore the inscription, "My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair." The great sages have warned again and again about things in time. Buddha said, "Cling not to that which changes," and Christ said, "Lay not up your treasures where moth and rust doth corrupt." Both are saying the same thing, though they use different images to talk to different people. The truth is one and the same. There are many ways the message is transmitted. If you're ready, one Zen story can change your whole life. I've met people whose lives were transformed by some simple little story. The Way of the Pilgrim. The Little Flowers of St. Francis. Everyone needn't go through the big public routes at all. The spiritual journey is individual, highly personal. It can't be organized or regulated. It isn't true that everybody should follow any one path. Listen to your own truth. It's characteristic of the ego that it takes all that is unimportant as important and all that is important as unimportant. Meher Baba. Discourses. All worldly pursuits have but the one unavoidable and inevitable end, which is sorrow. Acquisitions end in dispersion, buildings, in destruction, meetings, in separation, births, in death. Milarepa. Tibet's great yogi Milarepa. There once was a king who was going to put to death many people, but before doing so he offered a challenge. If any of them could come up with something which would make him happy when he was sad, and sad when he was happy, he would spare their lives. All night the wise men meditated on the matter. In the morning they brought the king a ring. The king said that he did not see how the ring would serve to make him happy when he was sad and sad when he was happy. The wise men pointed to the inscription. When the king read it, he was so delighted that he spared them all. And the inscription? This too shall pass. The world is so constructed, that if you wish to enjoy its pleasures, you must also endure its pains. Whether you like it or not, you cannot have one without the other. Swami Brahmananda. Discipline Monastiki. Relative realities. You have at this moment many constellations of thought, each composing an identity, sexual, social, cultural, educational, economic, intellectual, historical, philosophical, spiritual, among others. One or another of these identities takes over as the situation demands. Usually you are lost into that identity when it dominates your thoughts. At the moment of being a mother, a father, a student, or a lover, the rest are lost. If you go to a good movie, you are drawn into the storyline. When the house lights go up at the end of the film, you are slightly disoriented. It takes a while to find your way back to being the person sitting in the theater. But if the film is not very good and it does not capture you, then you notice the popcorn, the technical quality of the movie, and the people in the theater. Your mind pulls back from involvement with the movie. The quietness meditation brings your life is like pulling back from the movie. Your own life is the movie, its plot melodramatic. Will I learn to meditate? Will I become enlightened? Will I marry? Will I have children? Will I get a better job? Will I get a new car? These are the storylines. The autobiographical part of the book Be Here Now was initially called His Story. Each of us has his story. History. To see your life as his story or her story is to break the attachment to the melodrama of your storyline. But be careful. This doesn't mean to push it away, to reject or deny it or consider it trivial. It merely means to surround the events of your life with quiet, spacious awareness. It is not that you erase all of your individuality, for even an enlightened being has a personality marked by all sorts of idiosyncrasies. An enlightened being doesn't necessarily have beautiful hair, sparkling teeth, a young body, or a nice disposition. His or her body has its blemishes, it ages and dies. The difference is that such a being no longer identifies with that body and personality. Another way to understand the space you approach through meditation is to consider dreams. Perhaps you have never experienced awakening from a dream within a dream. But when you awaken every morning, you awaken from a dream into what? Reality? Or perhaps another dream? The word dream suggests unreality. A more sophisticated way of saying it is that you awaken from one relative reality into another. We grow up with one plane of existence we call real. We identify totally with that reality as absolute, and we discount experiences that are inconsistent with it as being dreams, hallucinations, insanity, or fantasy. What Einstein demonstrated in physics is equally true of all other aspects of the cosmos: all reality is relative. Each reality is true only within given limits. It is only one possible version of the way things are. There are always multiple versions of reality. To awaken from any single reality is to recognize its relative nature. Meditation is a device to do just that. Normal waking consciousness, dream states, emotional states, and other states of consciousness are different realities, somewhat like channels of the TV receiver. As you walk down the street, you can tune your receiver into the world on any number of channels. Each way of tuning creates a very different street. But the street doesn't change. You do. You see what you look for. If you are primarily preoccupied or tuned to the physical body, as you look at people you see them as man or woman, fat or thin, tall or short, attractive or unattractive. If, on the other hand, you are busy looking at personalities, you might see them as introverted or extroverted, hysterical or paranoid, happy or sad. If you were tuned to astral identities, you'd see a Leo or a Taurus, an angel or a demon. It's all in the eyes of the beholder. Christ could walk up to you and you might see him as a pleasant carpenter, dressed plainly. You might think, interesting teacher, he has a nice vibe. If you were looking beyond that, you might see him as living spirit. Meditative awareness is a vantage point from which you can focus on any event from various levels of reality. Take, for example, your relationship with your parents, spouse, or children. Most relationships are very reactive. Your parent comes along and says something to which you immediately react, and the parent in turn reacts to you. These are habitual reactions, in which nobody really listens. There is merely a mechanical runoff between people. If you are rooted quietly in your awareness, there is space. In the moment, after your mother or father speaks to you, you see the reaction you would usually make. But you also see the situation in a variety of other ways. You might see that your parent is in fact your parent only in this incarnation. From another level, like you, your parent is just another soul running off karma, living out the results of his or her past actions. You are part of each other's karma. To appreciate this allows you to understand your dialogue in terms of cause and effect. Or you might understand it from other vantage points, in Freudian terms, or as a power struggle, or as a symptom of the generation gap, or perhaps your parent simply has a stomach ache. Or you might see this dialogue as God talking to God. Every event in your life is incredibly significant on level upon level upon level. Were you to attempt to think of each of these levels at the moment someone says something, you would be swamped by an overwhelming number of thoughts. The meditative awareness is not one of intellectual analysis nor one of labeling different takes of reality. It allows all ways of seeing to exist in the space surrounding an event. Meditative awareness has a clarity that lays bare both the workings of your mind and the other forces at work in a situation. This clarity allows you to see the factors that determine your choices from moment to moment. Yet you don't have to think about it to grasp all this. You find that you know, you understand. In this inner stillness and clarity you are fully aware of the entire gestalt, the whole picture. With no effort your response is optimal on all levels, not just mechanically reactive on one. The response is in tune, harmonious, in the flow. The manifestations of mind outnumber the myriads of dust motes in the infinite rays of sunlight. Milarepa. The 100,000 songs of Milarepa. You carry heaven and hell with you. Sri Ramana Maharshi. Talks with Sri Ramana Maharshi. What am I doing at a level of consciousness where this is real? Thaddeus Gaulis. The Lazy Man's Guide to Enlightenment. 2. Setting out. What to expect. When you begin to meditate you may notice changes right away. You may feel less anxious or more alert. You may be better able to concentrate, have more energy, be more at ease socially, or be more powerful intellectually. Or nothing much may seem to change. Don't count on anything dramatic. Most changes happen slowly. There is a wide variety of experiences you will have during meditation itself, such as feelings of a pleasant calmness, a slight exhilaration, or, if you're fatigued, strong drowsiness. A common report is the feeling of the mind speeding up. Actually, this is not what is happening, but rather your awareness is standing back a bit so that for the first time you notice the normal speediness of your thoughts. Other kinds of experiences can include seeing images with your eyes closed, hearing inner sounds, or having inner smells, tastes, or new sensations in the body. These are less common. Outside meditation, you may find a sense of spaciousness in your life, a new peace. All of these experiences, because of their novelty, have a great fascination. But they are best seen as markers along the way. Signposts to be noticed, read, perhaps enjoyed, and then left behind as you go on. There is no best or right kind of experience in meditation. Each session is as different and unique as each day of your life. If you have ideas of what should happen, you can become needlessly disappointed if your meditation doesn't conform to these expectations. At first, meditation is likely to be novel, and it's easy to feel you are changing. After a while, there may be fewer dramatically novel experiences, and you may feel you are not making any progress. In fact, you may be making the most progress when you don't feel anything particularly significant is going on. The changes you undergo in meditation are often too subtle to detect accurately. Suspend judgment and let whatever comes come and go. Some people find meditation boring. They feel as if nothing is happening. This is another way in which the old you holds on tight, and it is important to be able to persist even through the experiences of boredom. Set yourself a period of time to seriously try meditation, perhaps a period of 2 weeks or a month in which you say to yourself, "No matter what I experience in meditation, I will continue to do it regularly." This will give you a chance to get through discouraging experiences in meditation such as boredom. On the other hand, the initial reaction to meditation may be just the opposite of boredom, ecstasy. Many people find things happening after their first few meditative experiences that give them incredible enthusiasm and truly ecstatic states. This may lead them to proselytize, to want to tell others. I suggest that in the early stages you move gently and slowly. Don't overreact. Positive experiences may well be followed shortly after by indifference. If you don't keep your experiences to yourself, you may find yourself caught in a social situation in which you have created a monster of enthusiasm which you must pump up in a false way in order to be consistent. It is wise in all stages of meditation to be calm and not to make too much of any of your experiences, positive or negative. Merely notice them and keep on with your meditation. Some people overreact to their experiences and go around saying that they're enlightened, they're the Buddha, they're the Christ. This is a self-deception. Others go to the other extreme and say they are nothing, they are unworthy. Both these positive and negative attitudes have to go. Be open to whatever experiences come in your meditation. Don't get fixed on a model of what meditation is supposed to feel like. Set aside judging, being critical, having opinions. Meditation is giving up models and labels. The less you expect, the less you judge, the less you cling to this or that experience as significant, the further you will progress. For what you are seeking is a transformation of your being far beyond that which any specific experience can give you. It is important to expect nothing, to take every experience, including the negative ones, as merely steps on the path, and to proceed. When you practice Zazen, just practice Zazen. If enlightenment comes, it just comes. Shunryu Suzuki. Zen mind, beginner's mind. Your body. Body, posture, and health determine, in part, the quality of meditation. Until your meditation becomes deep, it will be difficult, for example, to override physical pain. In a sitting meditation, your neck may hurt, your spine feel tense, you may be restless and unable to find a comfortable position. If so, you should work on your body. Hatha yoga is designed to prepare your body to sit still. The series of stretching positions and movements, called asanas, help your body become straight, clear, and at rest for sitting. There is a sample of Hatha yoga in the section on movement in the next chapter. When you first start to do a sitting meditation, find any comfortable position with your back straight. If you sit on the floor, raise your bottom with a pillow. A straight back keeps you alert. Sit so you can stay still for a long time without moving or having to think about your body. If you're not used to sitting on the ground with crossed legs, don't try it right away. A straight-backed chair is fine for beginners. Later, as your meditation gets stronger, you can gradually try sitting cross-legged, in a half lotus or full lotus. It doesn't really matter whether you sit on a straight-backed chair or cross-legged or lie flat on your back. It is important that your back and head be straight. If this is difficult, just be as alert as you can. When I sit in meditation, first I find a comfortable position. If my body bothers me because of discomfort or pain, meditation is more difficult. I sit either in the half lotus on a firm pillow or in a chair. To sit half lotus, cross-legged with one foot resting on the opposite thigh, you may need to do Hatha yoga postures daily to loosen up your ankle, calf, knee, and thigh. The advantage in sitting half lotus is that it is a very stable position. This physical stability makes it easier for you to enter meditative states. Then your body becomes a meditation temple. I have visited in my wanderings shrines and other places of pilgrimage. But I have not seen another shrine blissful like my own body. Saraha Buddhist texts. Food for thought. Diet is important to your practice. Within certain limits, the food you eat affects the quietness of your mind. Let your diet change gently and naturally. Be honest with yourself. Don't force changes. To try to give up a food too soon merely makes you focus on it all the more. If you think of nothing else but juicy steaks while eating your soya burger, you're going too fast. The point is to let go of the thoughts as well as the food. Your attachments are more important than whether you eat or abstain from certain foods. Some foods make you more agitated and stimulated, so it's hard for you to sit quietly. Your sensitivity to such foods will change. As you come to feel lighter, for example, red meats may seem too heavy for you. Slowly your diet may shift away from meat, toward chicken, fish, eggs, and finally perhaps just fruits, grains, and vegetables. In the same way, you may drift away from sugar, alcohol, and cigarettes. Remember, there are no specific rules to this game. Beings have become enlightened eating anything and everything. Be sure to honor your dietary needs of the moment. Be careful as you shift your diet not to upset your protein balance. If you are moving toward a vegetarian diet, use protein supplements if necessary. Keep up your vitamin intake as well, particularly B and C, minerals, and perhaps E. Flagging energy and anemia are obstacles to deep meditation. Fasting is also useful to purify and cleanse your body. But be moderate. You should do extensive fasting only with the guidance of a teacher. Along with growing awareness about your food, it is well to become more sensitive to what you feed your mind. Some spiritual systems, like macrobiotics, are built around diet. Very often, however, people focus on food with little attention to what they put in their minds. To eat sprouts, grains, and fruit and then watch sadistic violence and greed-ridden games on television is hardly feeding your spirit in a balanced way. Be conscious of both kinds of food. As you progress, you become less excited about collecting the melodrama of the daily news, for as you delve within yourself, you want less and less to feed your mind unnecessary images and thoughts that agitate it. You simplify what you talk about, what you watch, and what you read. You find yourself drawn to new kinds of books, perhaps books written by those who speak from the quiet of meditation. They are invaluable in creating a space in which your mind can become quiet also. We stuff our minds with trivia just to fill the emptiness we feel. When I sit in a New York subway train and watch people read the daily news, I see how much unnecessary information they are collecting. I once spent 6 months in a temple in India. I had no communication with the rest of the world. It was during an election period, and I did not know who was the new president of the United States. This was ironic, for as a psychologist one of the questions on tests I had given to mental patients was, "Who is the President of the United States?" When I returned from India, I found that in about 1 day of reading back issues of magazines, I caught up with the significant events of the last half year. At the same time I escaped being preoccupied with the personalities, events, and drama of the news. One can be a responsible citizen without allowing one's mind to be captured by the media and their need to create news. There is a saying, when you sweep out the temple courtyard, don't stop to read the old newspapers. We act as if the human intellect were a runaway monster which must be fed continuously at all costs. I myself am becoming less of an information addict. Now I sit on the subway doing mantra or following my breath and end the trip tranquil and ready for the next moment. Meanwhile others, immersed in collecting information to feed their minds, end the trip more tense, fragmented, and speedy than when they started. Do not therefore ascribe blame or praise to the eating, or not eating, of foods, or to the drinking, or not drinking, of wine, but ascribe praise, or woe, unto those who make use properly or improperly of meat and drink. Palladius. Stories of the Holy Fathers. What need of so much news from abroad, when all that concerns either life or death is at work within us? William Law. The perennial philosophy. The teaching which is written on paper is not the true teaching. Written teaching is a kind of food for your brain. Of course it is necessary to take some food for your brain, but it is more important to be yourself by practicing the right way of life. Shunryu Suzuki. Zen mind, beginner's mind. Where to meditate. Meditation is work. It helps to have a physical space to work in, a room or corner set aside for meditation. All you do there is meditate, study holy books, or chant. Do nothing there that's not part of your spiritual practice. If you have the choice, you may want to keep this corner of the room simple, just bare white walls. Or you may decorate it in keeping with its unique part in your daily routine. A candle or stick of incense may do. Or maybe add a few pictures of beings who inspire you, Christ, Buddha, or Ramakrishna. You might also keep a few helpful books there such as the Bible or the Bhagavad Gita. When you sit down in that corner or go into that room, make sure that all you do there is meditate or study. Don't use it for any other purpose. Dedicate it to the awakening of your spiritual self. Such a space becomes invested with the effects of your every attempt at meditation. You consecrate it. If you keep its use pure, the space fills with a vibration that smooths your way for meditation. Find a quiet place, free of distractions. A beginning meditator is easily distracted. In deeper meditation it won't matter what your surroundings are, but in the beginning the outer quiet helps you find an inner silence. Familiar places, where there are few things that catch your attention, are best. While it is desirable to have a specific space or a private corner for your meditation, it is not necessary. Once you have a meditative practice that suits you, you can do it most anywhere. You will find many ordinary moments in your life are perfect for meditation, when you are waiting in the dentist's office, or for the bus, or sitting on a subway. Moments which usually were times for boredom or wandering thoughts become a gift, a chance to meditate. Often I have had my deepest meditations when I least expected them, not when I was sitting on my meditation cushion surrounded by other meditators, but while driving my car, or sitting in an airplane, or waiting in the Internal Revenue Service office, or standing in line in the New Delhi railway station. Even standing in a crowded subway you can go within. The stronger your meditation, the less your surroundings distract you. Eventually, you will be able to meditate anywhere, anytime. When a monk goes into a tavern, the tavern becomes his cell, and when a haunter of taverns goes into a cell, that cell becomes his tavern. Hajwiri. Kosh al Majub. The happiness of solitude is not found in retreats. It may be had even in busy centers. Happiness is not to be sought in solitude or in busy centers. It is in the self. Sri Ramana Maharshi. When to meditate? When should you meditate? Timing, like place, is important in the early stages. Just as you should find a comfortable place to sit, you should find a convenient time of day for your meditation. If you've just eaten a large meal, you may become drowsy. If you're hungry, that too may interfere with your meditation. Most serious meditators practice at least twice a day, in the morning after awakening, and sometime during the evening. The first sitting puts your mind in a relaxed state before your day begins. The second sitting refreshes you for the evening. It's best to meditate each day at the same time in your daily rhythm, for example, before leaving the house each morning and before dinner each evening. Find or make times when you can be free of concerns and responsibilities for a while. Let someone else answer the phone or mind the children. The habit of meditating daily provides an outer framework for the inner process of meditation. So be regular. In the beginning, 20 or 30 minutes is a good length for each meditation session. You can gradually extend the length of your sitting by increments of 5 minutes or so up to 45 minutes to an hour, as your schedule and inclinations allow. You can keep track of the time with a kitchen timer or with a watch, opening your eyes briefly to see if the time is up. These quick glimpses to check on time won't disrupt your meditation. As you continue practicing, your sense of when the session is through will become increasingly accurate. How long you should meditate varies. Sit as long as you can, but no longer than you're ready for. Whatever time you set for yourself, be diligent in sitting out the allotted time, even if it means clock watching. Don't stop meditating at the first impulse to get up and do something else. Meditation is the time to let all such thoughts come and go, without attachment. If you meditate regularly, even when you don't feel like it, you will make great gains, for it will allow you to see how your thoughts impose limits on you. Your resistances to meditation are your mental prisons in miniature. It is a mistake to think that the sadhana cannot be practiced for lack of time. The real cause is agitation of mind. Swami Brahmananda. Discipline monastiki. With whom to meditate? Find other people with whom you can share your interest in meditation. They can become your support system. The 19th century Indian Saint Ramakrishna remarked that a beginner in spiritual life is like a young tree that needs to be circled with a fence for protection. This is the seeker's need for satsang, a group of fellow aspirants who strengthen one another's sometimes shaky faith on the journey. In sharing your experiences with other meditators, you benefit from their feedback. You get a broader view of what's possible in meditation than you would have if you meditated alone. To meditate with a group will certainly strengthen your practice. Your mind will create ruses to disrupt your practice. At those moments when you feel bored or agitated, if you were alone you might be inclined to stop and get up. An agreement to meditate with another person for a set time keeps you in place. When you sit with others, the pretexts that arise in your mind for quitting meditation are more often simply observed, rather than acted upon. At a more profound level, meditating with satsang creates a group vibration that often intensifies your meditation. It's as if there is a summation of quieting thoughts that pass from one person to another. I have often come into meditation halls in Japan and in the United States where the hall itself would seem thick with these vibrations. Many churches and temples provide this peaceful space. Your group could meet in someone's living room, light a candle and perhaps some incense, and sit quietly for an agreed period of time. Gradually you might add other activities done in a meditative spirit. For example, eat together afterward, or take turns reading aloud from books about meditation, or chant together. Finding such a group may be as simple as checking bulletin boards or putting up a note in the laundromat, health food store, or bookstore, asking if anyone would like to meditate with you 1 or 2 evenings a week. Maybe a friend would like to meditate with you. Or you might sit in at a Quaker meeting, for their form is itself meditative in nature. There may already be a neighborhood group that meets informally in someone's home, or in an adult education evening course, or perhaps regular sittings of some meditation group. The directory at the back of this book may help you find people with whom you can sit. There are listings for nationwide meditation organizations and for smaller meditation groups. Perhaps there is one in your community. Each group has its own style and view, and in the long run, any one of them may or may not be attractive to you. Initially it makes little difference so long as you feel comfortable with the group. Later, with more experience, you may find you prefer to drop out of one group or join another. But don't waste too much time in the beginning by trying to judge this group or that, this individual or that. The important thing is to start meditating. For where 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there am I in the midst of them. Matthew 18:20. The New Testament. 3. Picking a path. Which method is for me? Most people don't realize what a wide variety of possibilities there are among meditative practices. Perhaps because of mass advertising, they've come to identify meditation with a specific practice, like sitting with your eyes closed to repeat mantra, as in the trademark technique, or facing a blank wall to empty your mind, as in Zazen. The choice of methods available to help you gain inner freedom is actually quite diverse. There are many methods and groups to choose from, besides the few well-known names. People sometimes are turned off by meditation when they begin with a method that is too hard for them. It helps to use a method which uses your natural tendencies, and so reinforces a positive attitude. At the outset choose a method that harmonizes with what you are already good at, a method that interests you. Follow it until you feel a strengthened connection to a quietness of mind, to a meditative awareness, to God. Look at your life and see what has really turned you on. Perhaps you are very athletic. To sit motionless for an hour would be to fight your body. Instead you might begin with karate or kung fu and then go on to tai chi or some other moving meditation. If you are more sedentary or scholarly you might start by reading Krishnamurti or Buddhist doctrine and practicing vipassana meditation. An emotional person might find these practices too dry and be drawn instead to Sufi dancing or to singing or chanting. These are also forms of meditation. As your meditation develops, you may find yourself drawn back to the methods you avoided when you began. You may get frustrated because the fire is not hot enough and you want to move faster than easier methods permit. So you work with one method after the next until all aspects, heart, mind, and body, are balanced. If you begin with one of them, sooner or later you will probably want to integrate the others as well. It makes no difference which technique you start with. Try to sense what you are ready for and what you need. Above all, be honest with yourself. A useful tactic is to pick a method that feels right and do it for 2 weeks. During this trial run, agree with yourself, I will treat all my negative reactions to this form of meditation as merely thought forms prompted by my ego to keep me from taking it seriously. I will suspend judgment, criticism, and doubt. At the end of 2 weeks, you're free to evaluate the method. Or, give yourself 3 months or 6 months. Plunge in. Eventually you have to stop trying to figure out where you are if you want to get somewhere else. Imagine Lindbergh flying from New York to Paris with only his little periscope sticking out of the Spirit of St. Louis to guide him. He can calculate his position from the stars, but all he sees is that there's a lot of ocean below. He doesn't really know whether he's miscalculated or not until he arrives. He's going on the faith that he's getting there and that it will all work out. That's what the spiritual journey is like. You need discipline to persist when the going gets rough or uncertain, faith to stick it out, to the end. Does one really have to fret about enlightenment? No matter what road I travel, I'm going home. Shinsho. A trial run. If you've never done any meditation before, you can try one right now. First of all, quiet down a bit and find a comfortable seat. Your favorite armchair will do, or, if you want to sit cross-legged, try that. Sit up as straight as you can without making yourself uncomfortable. Sooner or later you'll have to learn to sit with your back straight and your head, neck, and chest in a line. For the moment just get really comfortable. Stop reading for a few moments and get comfortable. Now as you sit comfortably, your mind wanders. It turns to fantasies, memories. You think, what is this about, this meditation? What am I doing? If you don't hold on to any of these thoughts, but just let them keep flowing by, you are already in the act of meditation. This is it. You are doing it. But one of these thoughts may grab at you and lead you off into plans, fantasies, memories, or problem solving. Then you're just thinking, not meditating. Here's a way you can keep from getting too lost in your thoughts. See your thoughts go by as if they were autumn leaves floating down a stream. But focus on the stream. The leaves drift by, being moved this way and that by the eddying water. On some there are drops of water that glisten in the sunlight. Let the leaves, the thoughts, float by, but keep your attention on the water itself. Your mind may dwell on a sound, a memory, a plan, or any of 1,000 things. When you notice your mind clinging to any of these leaves, very gently bring it back to the stream, back to the water flowing. Let the leaves float by. Don't get angry because your attention got caught, for that anger is just another leaf. Don't get frustrated, because your attention will get caught thousands of times. Each time, very gently but firmly bring it back to the flowing water. Now try this meditation for a few minutes. This is the beginning of the quiet mind. Many paths. Sitting quietly with eyes closed is only one of many ways to meditate. People can meditate while dancing and chanting the names of God, while making a cup of tea, or during practically any activity. And for those who meditate with eyes closed, there is a wide variety of inner practices. It is not what you do with your body but what you do with your mind that counts in meditation. Sampling the variety of meditative practices in the sections that follow, you will come to appreciate that there is a wide range of possibilities. While all of the practices described here lead ultimately to the same result, each emphasizes different qualities of the meditative state. Thus, for example, one type of meditation will emphasize quietness of mind, another tuning to the forces of the universe, another compassion. I think of this difference as merely a matter of timing, for although each of these practices starts with one quality or another, ultimately all the qualities come into play in the course of the seeker's path. To pursue any method brings you to more subtle considerations and more advanced levels of practice. What initially may have been irrelevant takes on significance later. For example, take mantra. When you begin to work with mantra, anyone will do. Later, however, you become aware of nuances, such as the subtle differences between mantras and the states to which they bring you. Each method reveals subtleties as you advance in it. Experiment until you find one that seems right for you. Then focus on it wholeheartedly, either on your own or with a teacher. Concentration. Concentration is the root skill in all meditation practices. The meditator must be able to keep the mind fixed on a specific task or object, and let distractions go by, no matter which technique is used. This skill is simple in definition, but takes great patience to develop in practice. To begin developing concentration, you need simply pick some object, thought, or part of the body and fix your mind on it for a fixed length of time. When your mind wanders, return your focus gently but firmly to the object of your meditation. Once you develop even a little concentration, which happens after a relatively short period of meditation, you will find it enhances all other methods of spiritual practice. One simple exercise for bringing your awareness to a single object is concentrating on a candle flame. Place a candle in front of you a foot or so away and focus on the flame. As you look at the flame, countless thoughts will float by about the candle, the flame, meditation, sounds you hear, feelings in your body, and so forth. In each case you notice the thought, let it go, and merely come back to an awareness of the candle flame. By gently but firmly trying to keep your attention focused on the candle flame, you begin to see your thoughts and senses grabbing at your awareness. You become aware of the process of attachment. This training in one-pointedness of mind is the first step in learning not to cling. The goal of meditation is to free your awareness from its identification with your senses and thoughts. So freed, your awareness permeates everything but clings to nothing. The attainment of the one-pointedness of the mind and the senses is the best of austerities. Sri Sankaracharya. 8,000 Teachings. The very essence of meditation is one-pointedness and the exclusion of all other considerations, even when these considerations happen to be enticing. Meher Baba. Discourses. Try these directions for mindfulness of breathing, a basic concentration practice. When you're ready to meditate, close your eyes and bring your attention to the motion of your breath as it enters and leaves your nostrils. Keep your focus at the nostrils, noting the full passage of each in-breath and out-breath, from beginning to end. Don't follow the breath into your lungs or out into the air, just watch its flow in and out of the nostrils. If you can, notice the subtle sensations of the breath as it comes and goes. Be aware of each in-breath and out-breath as it passes by the nostrils, just as a doorman watches each person who comes and goes through a door. Attend to the feeling of the breath. Don't try to imagine it or visualize it. Note the sensation of the breath just as it is, exactly as you feel it. You may feel the breath at the rim of the nostrils, or just inside the nose, or on the upper lip beneath the nose. The sensations you felt will change. You may sometimes feel the breath like the light touch of a feather, like a dull throb, or as an intense point of pressure on your lip, or in countless other ways. There is no right way for the breath to feel, just be aware of what is. Each time you notice your mind has wandered to other thoughts, or is caught by background noises, bring your attention back to the easy, natural rhythm of your breathing. Don't try to control your breath. Simply watch it. Fast or slow, shallow or deep, the nature of the breath does not matter. Your full attention to it is what counts. If you have trouble keeping your mind on the breath, count each one up to 10, then start over again at 1. Or, to anchor your mind on your breath, you can occasionally make a strong, deliberate inhalation and exhalation. Then let your breath return to its normal rate. Whenever you realize you are thinking about something else, return your awareness to your breath. Don't try to fight off thoughts. Just let them go. If sounds distract you, do the same, let them be and simply start watching your breath again. If aches or itches bother you, slowly move or shift to ease them if you must. But keep your mind on breathing while you do it. Your mind will wander, and when you first start to meditate you may be acutely aware of how active it is. Don't worry about it. Just keep returning your attention to your breath, letting go of whatever the mind wanders to. This is the essence of meditation, letting go of your thoughts. Mantra. A word, a name of God, or a spiritual phrase that is repeated over and over again is known as a mantra. The practice of mantra is an effective way to concentrate your mind. But as important as concentrating your mind is what you concentrate on. Although the mind can focus on anything, only certain words can qualify as mantra. A mantra must connect you with the sacred. Most of them focus you on God through repetition of a divine name. A mantra provides a boat with which you can float through your thoughts unattached, entering subtler and subtler realms. It is a boat that steers itself to the threshold of God. The use of mantra sets up one thought, one wave, that repeats over and over again, dislodging your attachment to all other thoughts, until they are like birds gliding by. For example, you can quietly or silently repeat the Sanskrit mantra Ram, a name of God. Just repeat Ram, 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 Ram. A billboard goes by and disappears into Ram, Ram, Ram. If a passenger in your car asked what you were doing, you might tell him, I'm saying Ram, Ram, Ram instead of, I'm taking my foot off the accelerator. All you're thinking of consciously is the mantra, while the driving is taken care of automatically. In the same way you begin to see your life from the detached vantage point of the mantra. Although groups like Trademark recommend that beginners not meditate more than 20 minutes twice daily, I have found it useful to sit quietly and do nothing else but practice mantra for longer periods. You can work concentratedly with mantra for an extended time, 3 or 4 hours, or even longer. In this way you will become intimate with the sound of the mantra and you will begin to surrender into it, to merge. Offer all your thoughts as a sacrifice to the mantra. If you think, this isn't going to work, take that thought and imagine yourself offering it to the mantra on a golden tray with a silk handkerchief, incense, and a candle. Offer it as you continue to repeat the mantra undisturbed. Keep offering your thoughts, your doubts, discomforts, boredom, even your sore throat. Later, when you have gotten up to go about the business of the day, keep remembering the mantra, invite it to stay with you. You can coordinate the mantra with your steps as you walk or with any rhythmic activity. No matter what else you do, keep doing the mantra. If you are typing, each time you hit the shift key, Ram. If you are talking, each time there is a pause, Ram. One very effective and widely used method of remembering a mantra is the counting of beads with a rosary or mala. Any easily handled beads will do. You pass the beads across your fingers, bead by bead, with each repetition of the mantra. If your mind wanders, the activity of the hand or the touch of a bead will remind you of the mantra. The rhythm becomes more compelling, the experience more total as your body works in harmony with the mind. Also, you can use the beads to keep track of how many times you have repeated the mantra as part of your daily meditation routine. As you practice you will notice that when your mind is calm the mantra will be delicate and subtle. When your mind is agitated the mantra will be as strong and gross as is needed. Just keep bringing your mind back to the mantra and let it make you more and more still. Some examples of mantra besides Ram are Aum, the one basic sound or totality of all sound, Om Mani Padme Hum, the Tibetan mantra meaning the all is a precious jewel in the lotus flower which blooms in my heart, and the Buddhist mantra Gate Gate Parasam Gate Bodhi Swaha, which means beyond, beyond, the great beyond, beyond that beyond, to the homage. As far as you can think, as far in as you can go, these mantras keep going beyond, drawing you on until finally you go beyond any need of the mantra into the source of all thought. There are various stages as your practice of a mantra deepens. An exquisite description of this process is found in The Way of a Pilgrim, written by an unknown Russian whose practice was to repeat the Jesus prayer. After no great lapse of time I had the feeling that the prayer had, so to speak, by its own action passed from my lips to my heart. Further there came into my heart a precious warmth. None of these things made me feel at all cast down. It was as though they were happening to someone else and I merely watched them. The prayer brought sweetness into my heart and made me unaware of everything else. How fast this takes place depends on how wide open and ready you are. But before too long, if practiced continually, a mantra becomes somewhat autonomous, like a top spinning inside which every now and then needs just a flip to keep it going. Eventually, it will go on with no need of encouragement, as in the case of the Saint Kabir who said, "Ram practice is my job, a repetition of God's name while I sit relaxed." It's a blissful moment when you notice that happening. Instead of doing mantra, the mantra is doing you. If your spirit is ripe for it, you might only have to hear a mantra or see it in a book to sense that it is the right vehicle for you. Or you might try a particular mantra and find, when you begin to use it, that nothing happens. It may feel foreign and irrelevant as you repeat it. Don't worry about your pronunciation. In the course of time it will take care of itself. Give a mantra a chance. Then, if it still feels strange and uncomfortable, perhaps it is not the right mantra for you. No harm done. Just try another. Mantras can range from a simple word or phrase which you might want to work with, to the Sanskrit and Tibetan mantras designed so that each syllable activates a particular chakra or a particular type of consciousness. A powerful English mantra comes from Herman Rednick, "I am a point of sacrificial fire held within the fiery will of God." Do this mantra while keeping your attention focused on the point between the eyebrows. As you bring your energy to this point with mantra, day after day after day, you gradually become a channel of God's will. When the sun is kept in the heart, all evil vanishes from life. If you wish to practice this mantra, as you repeat it, visualize the sun. Consider how the sun sends light and warmth on everything, good and evil alike. It doesn't say, "I won't shine on you because you aren't playing the game." It just keeps sending out light and warmth. Do this in the morning. Contemplate the sun, Aditya, and bring it slowly down into your heart. Feel its warmth and radiance in your heart. To send this warmth and love out you don't have to do anything, the sun is the emission of light. Let it shine. As you repeat this mantra and follow the visualization, you are tuning to the self residing in your spiritual heart, or Hridayam. When the sun is kept in your heart, all evil vanishes from your life. In the Bible is a natural mantra as simple as its name, the Jesus prayer or prayer of the heart. In Luke 18:13, it says, "But the publican standing afar off, would not so much as lift up his eyes to heaven, but kept striking his breast, saying, 'O God, be merciful to me the sinner.'" This mantra has come to read, "Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me a sinner." It may be reduced to as few as 3 words depending on the one who prays. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner. Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on me, a sinner. Jesus Christ, have mercy on me, a sinner. Jesus Christ, have mercy on me. Christ have mercy. If you discipline yourself to learn this mantra and repeat it constantly, it will sink down into your heart and after a while it will go on by itself. Marie Idol. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. John 1:1. The New Testament. It is in pronouncing thy name that I must die and live. Muhammad. Thus abide constantly with the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, so that the heart swallows the Lord and the Lord the heart, and the two become one. St. John Chrysostom. Writings from the Philokalia on Prayer of the Heart. Blessed is the person who utterly surrenders his soul for the name of Yahweh to dwell therein and to establish therein its throne of glory. Zohar. Major trends in Jewish mysticism. I am a happy man, indeed. I visit the Pure Land as often as I like. I'm there and I'm back, I'm there and I'm back, I'm there and I'm back. Namu Amitabutsu. Namu Amitabutsu. Sayaki. Mysticism, Christian and Buddhist. Contemplation. Reading scripture, praying, and communing with nature are all forms of contemplation. You should read enough of the thought underlying your spiritual practices to understand fully what you are doing. Use this study as seeds for contemplation. Collect a series of books written or spoken by beings who are liberated or attuned to higher states of consciousness. Quotations from some of these books are sprinkled throughout this one. Each day in the morning or evening open a book at random or read until you find a paragraph or a sentence with which to work. Reflect on it throughout the day. See your own life through the lens of the passage. Through this practice, in time, comes a transformation of your perception, your ways of understanding the nature of reality. Contemplation can also be free-form. Thoreau wrote, "Sometimes, I sat in my sunny doorway from sunrise till noon, wrapped in a reverie, amidst the pines and hickories and sumacs, in undisturbed solitude and stillness, while the birds sang around or flitted noiseless through the house, until by the sun falling in at my west window, or the noise of some traveler's wagon on the distant highway, I was reminded of the pass of time. I grew in those seasons like corn in the night, and they were far better than any work of the hands would have been. They were not time subtracted from my life, but so much over and above my usual allowance." I realized what the Orientals mean by contemplation and the forsaking of work. To some extent, and at rare intervals, even I am a yogi. The reverie of which Thoreau speaks just happens to us. To let your mind float around an idea or image in a relaxed but focused way is the most familiar kind of contemplation. It is not so different from the almost formless prayer described by St. John of the Cross. Prayer can range from a simple silent openness to a very personal dialogue with God. When you go apart to be alone for prayer, put from your mind everything you have been doing or plan to do. Reject all thoughts, be they good or be they evil. Do not pray with words unless you are really drawn to this, or if you do pray with words, pay no attention to whether they are many or few. Do not weigh them or their meaning. Do not be concerned about what kind of prayers you use, or whether you formulate them interiorly, by thoughts, or express them aloud, in words. See that nothing remains in your conscious mind save a naked intent stretching out toward God. Leave it stripped of every particular idea about God, what He is like in Himself or in His works, and keep only the simple awareness that He is as He is. Let Him be thus, I pray you, and force Him not to be otherwise. Search into Him no further, but rest in this faith as on solid ground. This awareness, stripped of ideas and deliberately bound and anchored in faith, shall leave your thought and affection in emptiness except for a naked thought and blind feeling of your own being. It will feel as if your whole desire cried out to God and said, "That which I am I offer to you, O Lord," without looking to any quality of your being but only to the fact that you are as you are, this, and nothing more. Let that quiet darkness be your whole mind and like a mirror to you. For I want your thought of self to be as naked and as simple as your thought of God, so that you may be spiritually united to Him without any fragmentation and scattering of your mind. He is your being and in Him, you are what you are, not only because He is the cause and being of all that exists, but because He is your cause and the deep center of your being. Therefore, in this contemplative work think of yourself and of Him in the same way, this is, with the simple awareness that He is as He is, and that you are as you are. In this way your thought will not be fragmented or scattered, but unified in Him who is all. Leave your thought quite naked, your affection uninvolved in yourself simply as you are, so that grace may touch and nourish you with the experimental knowledge of God as He really is. Look up joyfully, and say to your Lord, in words or desire, "That which I am, I offer to you, O Lord, for you are it entirely." Go no further, but rest in this naked, stark, elemental awareness that you are as you are. Saint John of the Cross. The Ascent of Mount Carmel. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. And these words, which I command thee this day, shall be upon thy heart, and thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and thou shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thy house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thy hand, and they shall be for frontlets between thine eyes. And thou shalt write them upon the doorposts of thy house and upon thy gates. Deuteronomy 6:4-7. The Old Testament. Everywhere, wherever you may find yourself, you can set up an altar to God in your mind by means of prayer. The way of a pilgrim. Prayers are answered in the way they're asked. Ram Tirth. I felt it better to speak to God than about Him. Saint Teresa of Lisieux. You pray to what you love, for true, whole prayer is nothing but love. Saint Augustine. Nature is the easiest object of contemplation, for our surroundings can inspire and lead us into the quiet unity of all creation. Surya Singer and Soma Krishna suggest these ways to open to nature. As children, the play of the sun on rippling water brought us before God's throne. Did you ever see an infant gaze at a light bulb or the moon? Spiritual techniques are discovered naturally by infants and little children, holding their breath, staring unblinking, standing on their heads, imitating animals, turning in circles, sitting unmoving, and repeating phrases over and over until all else ceases to exist. Stop thinking that meditation is anything special. Stop thinking altogether. Look at the world around you as if you had just arrived on planet Earth. Observe the rocks in their natural formations, the trees rooted in the ground, their branches reaching to the sky, the plants, animals, and the interrelationships of each to the other. See yourself through the eyes of a dog in a park. See a flower through its essence. See a mountain through its massiveness. When the mind allows its objects to remain unmolested, there may be no mind and no object, just breathless unity. Surya Singer. To see the world in a grain of sand, and heaven in a wild flower. Hold infinity in the palm of your hand, and eternity in an hour. William Blake. Auguries of Innocence. Devise meditations in which you draw nature into your own being through your senses. You can experiment with some of these. Sit with your back pressed against the trunk of the mightiest tree you can find and pull its strength into your spine with each breath. Lose awareness of where the tree trunk and your back become one. Thank the tree. Rest an evergreen branch on the top of your head and let its power pour into you as though to fill an empty vessel. The overflow bathes you in green mist and you are renewed. Hold a rock in your hand. Feel its texture, weight, and reconstruct its geological history. How old is it? Did it travel from deep within the earth or from space as a meteorite before it reached your hand? Become that rock. Feed on the smell of fresh-cut grass, even the lawn, drawing the odor into your nose and mouth. Let it nourish body and spirit. Taste the wind. What does it carry? Salt from the sea, perhaps? Or clean pine essence from the mountains, or parched desert air? Lick snow and rain from the wind's fingers. Lie on the sun-warmed ground and share its gratitude as the generous rays kindle the soil's own latent life. Imagine that you are a seed. Watch yourself sprout and grow. Listen to the ocean pound on the beach. Close your eyes and let the intensity of the sound fill your head, then your whole body, until you vibrate with it. Try to hear beyond the ocean to the roar of the raw primal energy in the universe. Watch the flow of a river. Throw your burden of worry and negative emotions to the passing water to carry off. Breathe deeply to dislodge old crystallized tensions from around your heart, as the current sweeps away layer after layer of ancient woes on its way to the ocean. Visualize the ocean waiting, neutralizing all, and converting it back into pure energy once more. Soma Krishna. There is a sadhu in Rishikesh who gets up early in the morning and stands near a great waterfall. He looks at it the whole day and says to God, "Ah, you have done well. Well done. How amazing." He doesn't practice any other form of japa or austerity. At night he returns to his hut. Sri Ramakrishna. The Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. At Kyugamai. In front of the Otono. There stands a solitary pine tree. Surely of many a generation. How divinely dignified. It stands there. In the morning I pass by it. In the evening, I stand underneath it. And standing I gaze. Never tired. Of this solitary pine. Ryokwan. Zen and Japanese culture. The voice of the mountain torrent is from one great tongue. The lines of the hills, are they not the pure body of the Buddha? Zenrin. The Gospel according to Zen. Devotion. Prayer. Sitting with a picture of a holy being, singing to the beloved, all of these are devotional meditative practices, the way of the heart. Devotion balances the more impersonal wisdom that comes from most kinds of meditation. It allows us to cultivate our humanity while we transform our consciousness. This outflowing of the heart toward the object of our devotion facilitates most other methods as well, through the flow of loving energy. As an example, imagine a being standing before you, someone to whom you feel particularly tuned, such as Abraham, Christ, Mary, or Hanuman. This being is radiant, luminous, a being whose eyes are filled with compassion, a being in whom you feel the wisdom that comes from an intimate harmony with the universe. Despite all of the impurities to which you cling, despite all your feelings of unworthiness, such a being loves you unconditionally. To sit before such a being, or to imagine such a being sitting in your heart, to be with that being and return the love, to see yourself reflected in such compassionate, unjudging eyes, to open more and more, as if to a beloved, to carry on imaginary conversations with such a being, opens you to compassion, tranquility, warmth, patience, to all the qualities of a free being. This interpersonal quality of devotional meditation allows you to start from your psychological needs, to love, to be loved, to be in the presence of wisdom, compassion, and peace. When you are with a being who embodies these qualities, they rub off, and you feel more evolved, even to the point of recognizing the radiant light within yourself. This acknowledgement of your own beauty allows you to open even more to the beloved, until finally the lover and the beloved merge and you find out that what you had seen outwardly as perfection is a mirror of your own true being. There are lower and higher stages of devotion. In the lower you romanticize the journey. You merely shift the focus of your melodrama from marketplace to temple. The images in the temple itself, your participation in worship, the love, say, of Christ, of Krishna, of Buddha, become preoccupations. You want to think about, talk to, play with, and open your heart to them. This level is romantic. You have fallen in love with your vehicle for going to God. But your love grows and your beloved becomes the whole object of your life. You tune to a deeper place within yourself. Then the emotional, romantic qualities of devotion give way to a new kind of love where finally you see all people as the beloved. O Sadhu! The simple union is the best. Since the day when I met with my Lord, there has been no end to the sport of our love. I shut not my eyes, I close not my ears, I do not mortify my body. I see with eyes open and smile, and behold his beauty everywhere. I utter his name, and whatever I see, it reminds me of him, whatever I do, it becomes his worship. The rising and the setting are one to me, all contradictions are solved. Wherever I go, I move around him. All I achieve is his service. When I lie down, I lie prostrate at his feet. I am immersed in that one great bliss which transcends all pleasure and pain. Kabir. 100 Poems of Kabir. Devotion is easy and natural and has no hard and fast rules regarding how one should meditate. By devotion one can realize the secret of love itself. On this path the aspirant sees the universe as the very expression of his beloved. The only thing it requires is faith, implicit faith. There is nothing to argue, it is beyond logic. It is like learning to swim. A person cannot enter the water unless he can swim, and swimming is impossible without entering the water. There are various attitudes or feelings with which one may approach the beloved. You might feel as though God were your child, like the feeling of Yashoda, Krishna's mother, toward her baby Krishna, or the feeling of Mary for the infant Jesus. Or you could see God as a friend. Again there is the attitude of the servant toward his master, where you serve the Lord as Hanuman serves Lord Rama in the Ramayana. Then there is the attitude of lover, where you see your beloved with the love of husband or wife. Becoming the bride of God, like the gopis sporting with Lord Krishna, or Saint Therese the little flower married to her beloved Jesus. Finally there is the attitude of peaceful contemplation of the great saints and sages, the ancient yogis of India. There are many ways to open yourself, to make oneself more receptive to this love for God. One way is through satsang, the company of saints, contact with the living spirit of truth and love in other beings. Delighting in the stories and incidents of God in his many forms and incarnations, like the life of Christ, or Rama, or Krishna, can also bring this love. Or by humbly serving at the feet of the Guru, the devotee can efface the ego and surrender to God. And constantly singing his name and his praises further centers the mind and heart on him. For the devotee the mere repetition of the name of God brings his presence. Then, with firm faith, one crosses the ocean of desire in the boat of the name. K.K. Saw. Christ was lost in love. Maharajai, Neem Karali Baba. True devotion is for itself, not to desire heaven or to fear hell. Rabia El Adaiya. And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind, and with all thy strength. This is the first commandment. Mark 12:30. The New Testament. The names of God or praises of God can be sung as well as spoken. Often when your heart wells up, singing alone expresses the fullness of your love for God. As you sing the name repeatedly, the rhythm and melody fan your emotions. If this ecstasy is heightened, distinctions begin to fall away until only love, only the beloved, remain. Kirtan, the singing of mantra, is an old and revered technique used in India and other parts of Asia. While Kirtan uses music as a vehicle, aesthetics or musical ability are not the main concern. The ability to sing beautifully is enjoyable but not necessary. What matters is singing from the heart. In India often it is the old man who sings last, with no teeth, a raspy voice, and hacking cough, who blows everyone away because he knows to whom he is singing, and the beauty of his contact with God is moving and powerful. Kirtan, like any other devotional practice, can be done from any state of mind or level of evolution. By mere persistence it leads to deeper levels of opening and understanding. Whatever space you start from, if you persist in Kirtan the space will change. You may want to get high, but find yourself getting bored. You may want to feel devotional. If you allow each experience to arise and pass, making space for new experiences to come from within, you will open to the power that comes from singing the names of God. If you are blissful, be blissful, and sing. If you are bored, be bored, and sing. Just keep offering your experiences into the fire of the name and it will guide you through them all. When you are in love with God, the very sound of the name brings great joy. It is said that in its highest aspect, divine love is nothing less than the immortal bliss of liberation. To open fully to curtain, to the singing of the divine name, is to know this sweetest form of bliss. What follows is the musical scoring for 2 mantras. The first of them, Shri Ram Jai Jai Ram, is a mantra often sung at the request of my Guru. The second is a beautiful and simple prayer. Any devotional verse or song can be repeated as a meditation. Thou art my mother and my father. Thou art my friend and my companion. Thou art my learning, my wealth. Thou art my all in all. My Lord of Lords. The more pure, true, and penetrating is the song or chant, the nearer and clearer it is to his ears. This permeates the atmosphere of the gathering with purity, peace, love, and bliss, and all feel the great joy of that essence. As one becomes absorbed and submerged in it, the chanting itself becomes the meditation. Sa. Visualization. In directed visualizations you bring to mind a mental image on which you meditate. Visualization resembles our familiar habits of fantasies, daydreams, and imaginings but brings discipline to them. Unlike ordinary daydreams, spiritual visualization exercises focus your mind on a holy image. The power of this method is that it enables you to find the qualities of the imaged beings within yourself. You can try the following visualizations. Either read them through and then do them, or have a friend read them to you. Sit with a straight back, eyes closed. As if it had a nose, breathe deeply in and out of your heart center, located in the middle of your chest, for a few minutes until this area of your body feels warm and expanded. Rise up to your throat center and breathe in and out of this chakra until it feels alive. Come up to your third eye area and breathe in and out. Rise into your crown chakra on the top of your head, breathing in and out vertically. Then return your awareness and breath into your heart center. Feel the connection between your heart and your head centers. Be conscious of the energy flow that unites them. Again, breathe into your heart, and visualize a tiny Buddha seated there, radiant, perfect. He embodies all virtues, all strengths. He radiates equanimity, compassion, all-enduring love. With each breath, the tiny Buddha glows brighter and begins to expand. Follow this expansion with your breath and flow of attention, feeding the figure until it fills your entire heart center. Keep breathing life into this Buddha self until it overflows your heart center and slowly fills every part of your being, every cell of your body, until you and the Buddha are one. As the Buddha, there is no more striving. You are there. Just pause before the next stage. As the Buddha, now begin to breathe into your Buddha heart, drawing in light with each breath, converting it into love in your heart, and sending it out Buddha's third eye to the world. With each breath your heart glows brighter. Feel the love stream out of Buddha's forehead. Keep breathing in light and sending out love as the love emanation from your third eye becomes a continuous river that flows out to cover the whole universe. Let body awareness fade and become the mighty channel for this blessing. There is no you, only a vast Buddha heart and a spiritual eye. Buddha's work is finished for now. Slowly, slowly start to draw into your heart center once more, until the luminous figure fills it. As the Buddha body contracts, it becomes even more brilliant, leaving you with a fiery radiance in your heart for the rest of the day. In your dealings with the world this day, remember that part of you is still the Buddha. Soma Krishna. When you are composed and feel yourself in the presence of the Spirit, try this meditation. Do it slowly and with intensity. Imagine yourself on a hilly plain. It is spring. The grass is fresh and green. The sun is warm on your skin. Feel the breath of the gentle breeze. Smell the sweet air and the new grass. A wonderful feeling of well-being flows over your body. You are surrounded by people who are silent and waiting in prayer. Try to feel the vibrations of their devotion. Now look to a slightly elevated hill some yards in front of you. A number of people on top of the hill surround a figure whose presence you feel immediately. Look carefully with your mind and your ear. It is Jesus, enveloped in a beautiful white light. An intense light shines from each of his wounds. Gaze upon him and feel the warmth of his love. Whisper his name. From the heart of Jesus, a ray of light bursts forth and enters into your heart. See him looking at you, white light joining you heart to heart. He approaches you and slowly enters the center of your heart. See him there. Feel him, feel your heart, warm with his love and brilliant with his light. Your mind stops, overwhelmed with God's love. Stay there a while. Surrender to the presence of God. Now, imagine that you are going up with Jesus. Cast up your awareness to the center of your head. Concentrate and go through the top of your head, you and Jesus, going up and up through the sky. Above you is a vast ball of pulsating intense light. Go into this light with Jesus. Let it penetrate each cell of your body. Again, surrender yourself. Open to your true being. Rest in the heart of God. At any time during a meditation you may be taken over by God. Everything stops. The mind stops, the body seems to stop and you enter into an ineffable quiet, an intense quiet of love. Just rest in it. Be bathed in God. The peace and love of Jesus be with you always. Father et Lavin. At times you will think of your Guru. Whenever such yearning arises, visualize him upon your head. And for his blessing pray. Visualize him sitting in the center of your heart and forget him never. But you should know that even your Guru is delusory and dreamlike. That all things are unreal and magical. Milarepa. The 100,000 songs of Milarepa. Worship me in the symbols and images which remind thee of me. Srimad Bhagavatam. The wisdom of God. Movement. Every move is a prayer. Aquasasni notes. Though most meditation is done sitting still, you can also meditate as you move. The flow of energy in your body, its stance and positions, the way you walk, all can be meditation. In Hatha Yoga, for example, there is a set of postures, called asanas, each of which embodies a specific attitude and relationship to the universe. It's as if you are changing the receiving channel of your body by changing positions. If at this moment you put your hands together in prayer, you can feel as you hold them there the quality of a prayerful attitude. Or on the other hand, if you make a fist and hold it out menacingly, you can feel the way the fist accentuates a threatening attitude. So it is that each body position makes a statement of one kind or another. Just in the arching of your back, you change the movements of energy throughout the body. Hatha Yoga postures open the energies of the body. Each position becomes a meditative posture that allows you to tune into a different space. There are also hand positions, called mudras, that reflect various states of consciousness. If you study statues of the Buddha, you will notice that his hands take various positions. Each of these is a mudra. In Tai Chi, a flow of mudras develops into a moving meditation. While Tai Chi appears to be a continuous movement, it is actually a series of tiny stops, like a movie in slow motion. Tai Chi, like all Oriental martial arts, is a spiritual path in itself. Indeed, Bodhidharma, who brought Buddhism to China from India, is credited with inventing karate, kung fu in Chinese. When the way of the martial arts is pursued to its highest point, the practitioner hoses all trace of his ego in the perfection of his movements. To reach this point requires as intense a self-discipline as any sitting meditation. Still another tradition that uses movement to develop a meditative awareness is Sufi dancing. The dervishes are fabled for their whirls, but there are many other kinds of dances and walks the Sufis use. In most of these the movement is keyed to a chant, the combination of motion and prayer focusing the dancer's mind and body on God. For a master of Hatha Yoga, Tai Chi, or Sufi dancing, movement is stillness. Asanas should preferably be done in the morning or afternoon before sitting for meditation. Do not hurry through the postures. It is better to do just a few asanas in a relaxed manner than to speed through them all. Use a flat surface, a mat, or a well-padded rug, and wear comfortable, loose clothing. Do not do asanas if you are sick or during menstruation unless you are being instructed by a teacher. Wait for 2 or 3 hours after eating before doing asanas and do not eat for at least 20 minutes afterwards. If asanas are not practiced too fast, the breath will remain even. Always breathe through the nose. As you bend forward, let the breath be exhaled. As you bend backward, let the breath be inhaled. As you stretch farther into an asana, take a little breath. Inhale if you stretch backward, exhale if you bend forward. Hold the breath for a few seconds when exerting force to balance the body. By practice your body gradually will become loose. Again, go easy, do not use much force in stretching. Each asana may be done 2 or 3 times if possible. But always take at least a 15 to 20 second rest lying flat on your back, corpse pose, after each asana, letting your breath come back to normal. Or after a standing asana you may rest standing. The following asana, Surya Namaskar, the salute to the sun, integrates several yoga positions into a flow of movement that balances and tones the body. It is in itself a meditation as well as a good prelude to sitting. As you do this asana you can concentrate on the morning sun. Let yourself become one with it. Begin by doing this exercise 3 times and gradually build up to 6 or so. 1. Stand relaxed, feet together, hands held palms together, fingers upward, at the middle of the chest. Exhale. 2. Lock thumbs and raise arms overhead. Keep arms close to ears. Bend backward looking up at hands, inhaling. 3. Bend forward, head between arms, and place palms on the floor on either side of feet. Keep knees straight and try to touch head to knees, exhaling. 4. Stretch left leg back, knee to floor. Keep right foot between hands, knee to chest. Arch back, looking up, inhaling. 5. Throw right leg back to meet left foot. Raise buttocks to form a triangle with the feet, heels to floor, and the hands on floor, arms extended, head between arms, exhaling. 6. Bring knees, chest, and chin to floor, in that order. Keep pelvis raised and palms beneath shoulders. Inhale and hold. 7. Bring pelvis to floor and stretch head, neck, and chest up, looking toward the ceiling, elbows alongside body, slightly bent. Hold breath. 8. Push up and raise the body back into the triangle in one movement, exhaling. 9. Thrust left leg up between hands, knee to chest. Leave right leg extended, knee to floor. Arch back, looking up, inhaling. 10. Bring right leg up, back into position number 3, exhaling. 11. Stretch up and back into position number 2, inhaling. 12. Return to beginning position, exhaling. Adapted from inside out. Learn to experience the chi, or breath energy, flowing through and moving your body. On the beach accompanied by the crash of the surf and the call of the seagull, in your own yard lit with the symphony of the rising sun, glistening dew, and chirping birds, or in your room where you have the privacy and peace of familiarity, experience the chi for yourself. Try just standing quietly, arms at sides and feet at shoulder width. Let your knees be flexed. Just stand there relaxing your mind of all thoughts, let yourself flow into the rhythm of your surroundings. Your breath will become deep and regular as you relax. Sense the energy flowing up from the ground into your feet and through your body. Sink into that energy. Let your arms ride up before you on the wave of that rising energy, slowly, effortlessly. Let them slide off the energy wave, and slowly sink back down to your sides. Play with this flow a while. Perhaps at some point you will feel the need to turn gently to one side, your arms floating outwards. Maybe you will need to take a step in some direction to maintain your balance. Take your time and move slowly. Be loose, allow the energy from within you to move your body, instead of imposing movement through will and muscles. In Tai Chi all movements are generated from the center of gravity within the body, the Tiantian, just below the navel. Body and earth and air are still one, flowing through and within each other. Experiment with this, as a further refinement of the earlier exercise. Again, standing quietly, arms at side, feet at shoulder width, knees lightly flexed, rest until your breath becomes deep and regular. Experience the energy flowing through your body, but instead of moving your arms, try turning to one side from your Tiantian. Step into the direction of that turn. Let your shoulders follow, but don't force them. Just experiment walking around in various directions. Let each turn originate from your Tiantian. Let your arms be loose, and your knees flexed. After some time, keeping the awareness of your Tiantian, let your arms slowly rise and move to the flow of energy. Expanding and contracting, rising and falling, circular flowing nowhere going. Saraswati Ransom. The following Sufi walks were developed by Murshid Samuel Lewis. Begin by walking naturally, relaxed but alert, with back straight. Concentrate on your breath. Let your walking and breathing coordinate naturally. Count rhythmically with each 2 steps, 1 2. Take 2 steps as you inhale, then 2 steps as you exhale. To create a balance of the elements earth, air, fire, and water in yourself, you can develop whichever element is weak through specific walks. For example, if you are feeling flighty or unstable, the earth walk would ground you. Or you may try the walks that express the qualities of love or of strength and courage. Continue each of these walks until you feel as if you have become its essence. Earth, good for stabilizing emotions and grounding, balancing energy. Walk with a simple drumbeat if possible. Bend your knees slightly and walk with hands at sides, palms facing the earth. Look down, feel gravity pulling your palms and weighing down your body. Feel your connection with the earth. Breathe in heavily and exhale lightly. Coordinate your steps and breath to the drumbeat 2 counts in and 2 counts out. Air, light, good for a free joyful mind. Not grounded, no rhythm. Flow as you walk in erratic directions. Feel light and airy. Move in a manner that expresses what you imagine this quality to be. The breath is refined and light. Water, sensitive, flowing, emotional, imbalanced. Walk like dancing to a waltz. Step 2 3, step 2 3. Sway from side to side. Without holding the nose, breathe in the right nostril and out the left. Fire, inspirational, courageous, great desire to reach one's goal. Unstable. Walk quickly and every few steps hop on your right foot, stretching your body as you reach up and clap your hands like a spark. Breathe heavily through the right nostril, without holding nose. Feel the energy of fire filling you. The quality of loving, step gracefully and lightly. The breath is refined. Slightly bow your head in reverence and cup your hands over your heart. Feel love pour into your hands. Then offer the love to your beloved with head and hands held upward. Do this several times until you feel love flowing. If you like, you can softly repeat the Arabic phrase Ya Wadud, which means O thou loving. The quality of strength and courage. Walk proud with forceful steps, shoulders back, arms swinging, fists closed. You can chant the phrase Ya Malik, O King of Kings. Tara Bennett. Mindfulness. Perhaps at some time you have sat quietly by the side of an ocean or river. At first there is one big rush of sound. Listening quietly, you begin to hear a multitude of subtle sounds, the waves hitting the shore, the rushing current of the river. In that peacefulness and silence of mind you experience precisely what is happening. It is the same when you listen to yourself. At first all you can hear is oneself or I, but slowly this self is revealed as a mass of changing elements, thoughts, feelings, emotions, and images, all illuminated simply by listening, by paying attention. In mindfulness you are aware of what happens in each moment. You remain alert, not allowing yourself to become forgetful. When you develop mindfulness and concentration together, you achieve a balance of mind. As this penetrating awareness develops, it reveals many aspects of the world and of who you are. You see with a clear and direct vision that everything, including yourself, is flowing, in flux, in transformation. There is not a single element of your mind or body that is stable. This wisdom comes not from any particular state, but from close observation of your own mind. Joseph Goldstein gives the following instructions for developing mindfulness by meditating on one's thoughts, on eating, and on walking. Meditation on the mind. To meditate upon thoughts is simply to be aware, as thoughts arise, that the mind is thinking, without getting involved in the content, not going off on a train of association, not analyzing the thought and why it came, but merely to be aware that at the particular moment thinking is happening. It is helpful to make a mental note of thinking every time a thought arises. Observe the thought without judgment, without reaction to the content, without identifying with it, without taking the thought to be I, or self, or mine. The thought is the thinker. There is no one behind it. The thought is thinking itself. It comes uninvited. You will see that when there is a strong detachment from the thought process, thoughts don't last long. As soon as you are mindful of a thought, it disappears. Some people may find it helpful to label the thinking process in a more precise way, to note different kinds of thoughts, whether planning or imagining or remembering. This sharpens the focus of attention. Otherwise, the simple note of thinking will serve the purpose. Try to be aware of the thought as soon as it arises, rather than some minutes afterward. When they are noticed with precision and balance, they have no power to disturb the mind. Thoughts should not be treated as obstacles or hindrances. They are just another object of mindfulness, another object of meditation. Don't let the mind become lazy and drift along. Make the effort for a great deal of clarity with respect to what's happening in the moment. Suzuki Roshi in Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind writes, when you are practicing Zazen meditation, do not try to stop your thinking. Let it stop by itself. If something comes into your mind, let it come in and let it go out. It will not stay long. When you try to stop your thinking, it means you are bothered by it. Do not be bothered by anything. It appears that this something comes from outside your mind, but actually it is only the waves of your mind, and if you are not bothered by the waves, gradually they will become calmer and calmer. Many sensations come, many thoughts or images arise, but they are just waves from your own mind. Nothing comes from outside your mind. If you leave your mind as it is, it will become calm. This mind is called big mind. Just let things happen as they do. Let all images and thoughts and sensations arise and pass away without being bothered, without reacting, without judging, without clinging, without identifying with them. Become one with the big mind, observing carefully, microscopically, all the waves coming and going. This attitude will quickly bring about a state of balance and calm. Don't let the mind get out of focus. Keep the mind sharply aware, moment to moment, of what is happening, whether the in-out breath, sensations, or thoughts. In each instant be focused on the object with a balanced and relaxed mind. Mindful eating. There are many different processes of mind and body which go on while we eat. It is important to become mindful of the sequence of the processes, otherwise, there is a great likelihood of greed and desire arising with regard to food. And when we are not aware, we do not fully enjoy the experience. We take a bite or two and our thoughts wander. The first process involved when you have your food is that you see it. Notice seeing. Then there is an intention to take the food, a mental process. That intention should be noticed. Intending. The mental intention becomes the cause of the arm moving. Moving. When the hand or spoon touches the food, there is the sensation of touch, contact. Feel the sensations. Then the intention to lift the arm, and the lifting. Notice carefully all these processes. Opening the mouth. Putting in the food. Closing the mouth. The intention to lower the arm, and then the movement. One thing at a time. Feeling the food in the mouth, the texture. Chewing. Experience the movement. As you begin chewing, there will be taste sensation arising. Be mindful of the tasting. As you keep on chewing, the taste disappears. Swallowing. Be aware of the whole sequence involved. There is no one behind it, no one who is eating. It's merely the sequence of intentions, movements, tastes, touch sensations. That's what we are, a sequence of happenings, of processes, and by being very mindful of the sequence, of the flow, we get free of the concept of self. Mindful walking. The walking meditation is done by noticing the lifting, forward and placing movement of the foot in each step. It is helpful to finish one step completely before lifting the other foot. Lifting, moving, placing, lifting, moving, placing. It is very simple. Again, it is not an exercise in movement. It is an exercise in mindfulness. Use the movement to develop a careful awareness. In the course of the day, you can expect many changes. Sometimes you may feel like walking more quickly, sometimes very slowly. You can take the steps as a single unit, stepping. Or you may start out walking quickly and, in that same walking meditation, slow down until you are dividing it again into the 3 parts. Experiment. The essential thing is to be mindful, to be aware of what's happening. In walking, the hands should remain stationary either behind the back, at the sides, or in front. It's better to look a little ahead, and not at your feet, in order to avoid being involved in the concept of foot arising from the visual contact. All of the attention should be on experiencing the movement, feeling the sensations of the lifting, forward, placing motions. Joseph Goldstein. The experience of insight. Meditation in action. The final step in integrating meditation into your awareness is to use the stuff of daily life as part of meditation. There are ways of perceiving the world and the way you live in it such that each experience brings you more deeply into the meditative space. At the same time, however, this kind of meditation requires firm grounding. You must continue to function effectively in the world as you meditate on it. This is meditation in action. It finally becomes the core of a consciously lived life, a meditative space within you. This space stands between each thing you notice and each response you make, allowing a peaceful, quiet, and spacious view of the universe. I find that even an act as stimulating as walking through New York City can be a profound meditative experience. For as I walk down the street, if I stay quiet inside, either through mantra or watching my breath, I can see my consciousness being pulled this way and that by the things along the street. Each time my consciousness is pulled, it reflects some desire system, such as desires for power or sex, to which I am still attached. Each time I notice this, I let it be, let it stay or leave as it chooses. As I do, I remain in the meditative space, not getting lost in the desire. In this way I can walk through the city, staying quiet inside, despite the incredible panoply of stimuli that impinges upon my every sense. There are techniques that help you see moment-to-moment experiences in such a way that everything serves to awaken you. The Bhagavad Gita describes karma yoga as the path of awakening through ordinary activities. You see every action, be it eating, sleeping, marrying, or earning a living, as an act offered to God. Your every act becomes a meditation on your relation to God. If your path is through the Guru, then you see each daily life experience as part of a dialogue in which the Guru keeps facing you with experience after experience, each one designed for your awakening. When you finally develop the capacity to meditate from the moment of awakening to the moment of sleep, and yet stay perfectly at ease in the world, moment-to-moment living becomes a totally delightful and freeing experience. Zen is not some kind of excitement, but concentration on our usual everyday routine. Shunryu Suzuki. Zen mind, beginner's mind. Let me explain to you the function of kavana. Kavana means intention. Our intention is always free. There is nothing that can obstruct your intending. Even if the whole world coerces you into a pattern of actions, you can always intend whatever you want. For instance, you sit in the dentist's chair. He drills and you feel a sting of pain, but you can intend this pain as an offering of love. You offer to God the moment of pain, intending to suffer it for Him. You might put it somewhat in this way, Ribbon Shel Olam, you are good and your universe is good. The all is filled with your mercy and goodness, as is the pain I feel. I cannot bring you any other sacrifice. Please accept this moment of pain as a love offering from me. Or you work in your day-by-day endeavor. You do whatever you must do, and you intend, God of law and order, you have ordained work for man. In doing, I intend to do your will. I wish to cleave to you in this action. Or you travel and time is taken up by it. You lean back and wink at him in your mind as if to say, Sweet Father, I enjoy your presence, the rhythm of the wheels, the fleeting scenery, are all nothing but you. You contain me and my vehicle. I will be careful in travel, for this is your will. Guard my going out and my coming back. I am secure in you. You see, these arrows of awareness are rather simple to practice. You will soon find that placing yourself in His presence will come with some practice. Rabbi Zalman Schachter. The first step. It is easier for me to tell you about non-meditation than about meditation. I sit or walk looking at myself non-meditating, absorbed in dramas and melodramas, heart-gripping tragedies, loneliness, shabbiness, delights. As from another planet I look at them, through a telescope. Then there is a little space between me and my all-pervasive feelings. Nevertheless, I still feel I am my feelings, as well as whatever it is that elicits them, plus a third entity looking at the drama of separation between subject and object. Is that the eternal triangle? After a short while of looking at the show, I take off to a more distant planet, and with a more powerful telescope I look at myself, diligently looking at myself. Surely this self-fascination is not meditation. I get up and do something pleasant, useful, or beautiful. Then once again the voyage, I go back to peering at my consciousness. It is garbage. Garbage? The word inspires me because I use my kitchen garbage aesthetically and usefully by putting peelings of fruits and vegetables in tall colorless glass containers, semi-filled with water. Floating in it, these organic elements become very lively, their ever-changing essence creating forms and colors at times vivid and defined, other times extraordinarily ethereal, a fascinating, ongoing transformation. In a week or two, when the exotic submarine bouquet becomes too alive, I put it in the compost heap where nature's cycle continues. What about applying the same principle to the content of my consciousness? I decide to recycle every bit of it into a thought of goodwill for anyone or anything which presents itself. It becomes a fun game to look at a thought feeling and convert it into a blessing for the subject, person, animal, thing, whatever, of the thought feeling. Even science agrees now that thoughts are things. Surely if random thoughts are consciously converted into a message of goodwill, only something worthwhile can result. But wait a moment. At times it also happens that when we decide to do something constructive, all the destructive devils within arise and form a powerful coalition. They hurl at us the most toxic feelings and thoughts imaginable, events bearing sadness, resentment, and injustice, a sense of uselessness, years of physical pain and mental anguish, all of it parading, mocking us with a challenge to be converted to choiceless goodwill. If this should happen, be sure to salute all little and big devils and acknowledge their irrefutable logic, their astounding skill. Then either say, "We will wrestle later," and give them a definite rendezvous which you will keep. They will, too, or if devils or toxic feelings are adamant in asking now for attention, then now is the time to exorcise by exercise. Run, shout, breathe fast and deeply, dance naked to music, push with all your might against the wall, swim, jump, write a letter not to be mailed, walk on all fours, etc. Whatever you do, go back to the garbage recycling game afterwards. I understand that meditation is to be undertaken in purity of intention and not for results. If viewed as an utilitarian project like the one I propose, then meditation becomes but another, although higher, achievement of that ego about which so many seem to be so worried. The garbage recycling game, then, is not meditation because it is ambitious and it has goals and results, the improvement of relationships, ambience, digestion, wrinkles, etc. It is not meditation but, by playing it lightly and constantly, and if as luck would have it that God is on our side, it could happen, why not, that one day garbage, recycling, thought, thinker, devils, blessings, all of it becomes one, all separation vanishing in a moment. Then there is silence. Luminous silence. Silence. Laura Huxley. Chewy the draftsman could draw more perfect circles freehand than with a compass. His fingers brought forth spontaneous forms from nowhere. His mind was meanwhile free and without concern with what he was doing. No application was needed. His mind was perfectly simple and knew no obstacle, no drives, no compulsions, no needs, no attractions. Then your affairs are under control. You are a free man. Thomas Merton. The Way of Chuang Tzu. If you know how to do one thing well, you can do everything. Gurdjieff. Our Life with Mr. Gurdjieff. Meditation without form. Most meditative practices give very specific instructions as to what to focus on, what to think, or what to do. But in the last analysis, the meditative state goes beyond practices. Such methods are but stepping off points to this state, but they aren't always needed. There are ways to perceive yourself and the world, right from the outset, that catapult you into the meditative state without the necessity of practices. These ways of perceiving allow you to be keenly alert, to be choiceless awareness, to have clarity. These methodless methods are found in the writings of all traditions. The following writings reflect this pathless path. One of the most beautiful statements of this non-technique is found in the Song of Mahamudra by Tilopa. Excerpts from the Song of Mahamudra. Mahamudra is beyond all words and symbols, but for you, Naropa, earnest and loyal, must this be said. The void needs no reliance. Mahamudra rests on naught, without making an effort. But remaining loose and natural, one can break the yoke, thus gaining liberation. If one sees not when staring into space, If with the mind one then observes the mind, one destroys distinctions and reaches Buddhahood. The clouds that wander through the sky have no roots, no home, nor do the distinctive thoughts floating through the mind. Once the self-mind is seen, discrimination stops. Do not with the body but relax, shut firm the mouth and silent remain, empty your mind and think of naught. Like a hollow bamboo, rest at ease your body, giving not nor taking, put your mind at rest. Mahamudra is like a mind that clings to naught. Thus practicing, in time you will reach Buddhahood. Cease all activity, abandon all desire, let thoughts rise and fall, as they will like the ocean waves. He who abandons craving and clings not to this or that, perceives the real meaning given in the scriptures. Transient is this world, like phantoms and dreams, substance it has none. Renounce it and forsake your kin, cut the strings of lust and hatred, meditate in woods and mountains. If without effort you remain loosely in the natural state, soon Mahamudra you will win and attain the non-attainment. Cut the root of a tree, and the leaves will wither, cut the root of your mind and samsara falls. Whoever clings to mind sees not the truth of what's beyond the mind. Whoever strives to practice Dharma finds not the truth of beyond practice. To know what is beyond both mind and practice, one should cut cleanly through the root of mind and stare naked. One should thus break away from all distinctions and remain at ease. One should not give or take but remain natural. For Mahamudra is beyond all acceptance and rejection. The supreme understanding transcends all this and that. The supreme action embraces great resourcefulness without attachment. The supreme accomplishment is to realize immanence without hope. At first a yogi feels his mind is tumbling like a waterfall. In mid-course, like the Ganges, it flows on slow and gentle. In the end, it is a great, vast ocean, where the lights of sun and mother merge in one. Tilaba. Teachings of Tibetan Yoga. Meditation is a never-ending movement. You can never say that you are meditating or set aside a period for meditation. It isn't at your command. Its benediction doesn't come to you because you lead a systematized life or follow a particular routine or morality. It comes only when your heart is really open. Not opened by the key of thought, not made safe by the intellect, but when it is as open as the skies without a cloud, then it comes without your knowing, without your invitation. But you can never guard it, keep it, worship it. If you try, it will never come again. Do what you will, it will avoid you. In meditation, you are not important, you have no place in it, the beauty of it is not you, but in itself. And to this you can add nothing. Don't look out of the window hoping to catch it unawares, or sit in a darkened room waiting for it. It comes only when you are not there at all, and its bliss has no continuity. Krishnamurti. The second penguin Krishnamurti reader. And look that nothing remain in thy working mind but a naked intent stretching unto God, not clothed in any special thought of God in himself or any of his works, but only that he is as he is. The cloud of unknowing. In its true state, mind is naked, immaculate, not made of anything, being of the voidness, clear, vacuous, without duality, transparent, timeless, uncompounded, unimpeded, colorless, not realizable as a separate thing, but as the unity of all things, yet not composed of them, of one taste, and transcendent over differentiation. Padme Samhava. The Tibetan Book of the Great Liberation. There is no place to seek the mind. It is like the footprints of the birds in the sky. Zenran. The Gospel according to Zen. All is calm. How can we describe the indescribable? Can we say like this, like that? Things are or are not. There is an unreality, an emptiness, a maya of everything that is, like the sky that covers all. Past, present, and future are the same, beyond thought. How can we explain? Is or is not. Not like this nor like anything else. Away even from transcendency. Emptiness and the Dharma nature are not different. Beyond all signs whatsoever. Beyond communication. Different. Nameless. Sudden like lightning. With a meaning beyond thought. Therefore there is no meaning. Now it's all finished. Words are liars. The 15th Yahweh. Karmapa. Words. The way is beyond language, for in it there is no yesterday, no tomorrow, no today. Sen Stan Sen Sin Ming. 4. Finding your way. Let it change. Though you can start meditation anytime, it's harder if your life is chaotic, if you're feeling paranoid, if you're overwhelmed with responsibilities, or if you're sick. But even starting under these conditions, meditation will help you to clear things up a bit. Slowly you reorganize your life to support your spiritual journey. At each stage there will be something you can do to create a supportive space. It may mean changing your diet, who you're with, how you spend your time, what's on your walls, what books you read, what you fill your consciousness with, how you care for your body, or where and how you sit to meditate. All these factors contribute to the depth and freedom that you can know through meditation. You are under no pressure to rush these changes. You need not fear that because of meditation you are going to lose control and get swept away by a new way of life. As you gradually develop a quiet and clear awareness, your living habits will naturally come into harmony with your total environment, with your past involvements, present interests, and future concerns. There need be no sudden ending of relationships in order to prove your holiness. Such frantic changes only show your own lack of faith. When you are one in truth, in the flow, the changes in your life will come naturally. After you have practiced for a while, you will realize that it is not possible to make rapid, extraordinary progress. Even though you try very hard, the progress you make is always little by little. Shunryu Suzuki. Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind. By the late 60s and early 70s many Americans had seen the limitations of seeking finite pleasures, and began looking for ways to break the cycle of wants. Western models no longer held, Eastern models very quickly became the fashion. But the Eastern systems weren't entirely harmonious. We in the West were used to an education that imposed systems of belief from the outside rather than letting them grow from within. We adopted the outer forms, but not the inner teachings. Wearing beads and white clothes gave the semblance of the East, but was hollow. There are hundreds of thousands of beings for whom spiritual awakening is a reality. I can go to Omaha, Idaho City, Seattle, Buffalo, or Tuscaloosa, and everywhere thousands of people are ready to hear. They are growing spiritually in their own daily lives, without putting on far-out clothes and wearing beads around their necks. Their spiritual awakening grows from within. Mention is made of two classes of yogis, the hidden and the known. Those who have renounced the world are known yogis, all recognize them. But the hidden yogis live in the world. They are not known. Sri Ramakrishna. The Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. It would be a mistake to think that any Tibetan would see any incongruity or harm in going from a service in Lhasa temple to the nearest house where there was a chung drinking party being given. Nor would it be unusual to see a pleasure seeker in a boat full of revelers, quietly counting the beads on his rosary. Religious activity is as much a part of our life as any other activity, and religious belief and thought is as much a part of our thinking as is our concern for where our next meal is coming from. Thubten Chigme Norbu. It is not to be learned by world flight, running away from things, turning solitary and going apart from the world. Rather, one must learn an inner solitude, wherever or with whomsoever he may be. Eckhart. Meister Eckhart, A modern translation. You start cleaning up your life when you feel that you can't go on until you do. Cleaning up your life means extricating yourself from those things which are obstacles to your liberation. But keep in mind that nothing in and of itself is an obstacle, it's your attachment to it or your motive for doing it that is the obstacle. It's not an issue of eating meat or not eating meat, it's who's eating it and why. If your senses can be caught and held by something, you are still chained to the world. It's your attachment to the objects of your senses that imprisons you. Failing to break off the attachment of the senses ultimately holds you back. The minute you aren't preoccupied with what's out there, then that pull is lost. You are free to go deep in meditation. It's not easy. It's a stinker to get to that level of purity. You start out with things like what you eat, who you sleep with, what you watch on TV, what you do with your time. Many people fool themselves and imitate someone else's purity. They do it in an imitative way, one of fear of being unholy. Abstaining from something for the wrong reasons is no better than doing it. You can't pretend to be pure, you can only go at your own speed. As changes occur through meditation, you find yourself attracted to things that are inconsistent with your old model of who you are. Usually, for example, after having meditated in a rigorous, and somewhat righteous, fashion, I have then taken time off to wallow in television, go to movies, take baths, and relax. Then, to my surprise, I found myself not being attracted as much as before to these diversions, but being pulled toward just sitting quietly. This new way of being didn't fit with my model of who I was. It was as if I were living with somebody I didn't know very well. My models of myself hadn't changed fast enough to keep up with who I was becoming. Inside yourself or outside, you never have to change what you see, only the way you see it. Thaddeus Gaulis. The Lazy Man's Guide to Enlightenment. The Buddhists see the meditative path as the balanced intensification of three mental traits, punya, sila, and samadhi. Punya is wisdom, or understanding. Sila is purification, or simplifying your life. Samadhi is concentration or one-pointedness. As you meditate and start to calm your mind a bit, that's the beginning of samadhi. This taste of clarity shows you how agitated your mind and body are, and how complicated your life is. So you start to simplify your life, clean up your game, the beginning of sila. The more you simplify your life, the better your meditations become. More samadhi. Stronger samadhi tunes you into more profound wisdom, more sila. More sila, more samadhi, more samadhi, more punya, more punya, more sila. Each feeds and balances the others. Make it simple. Meditation helps other parts of your life become more simple. As you enter quieter spaces, you will see how clinging to desires has made your life complicated. Your clinging drags you from desire to desire, whim to whim, creating more and more complex entanglements. Meditation helps you cut through this clinging. If, for example, you run around filling your mind with this and that, you will discover that your entire meditation is spent in letting go of the stuff you just finished collecting in the past few hours. You also notice that your meditations are clearer when you come into them from a simpler space. This encourages you to simplify your life. As you observe the patterns of your thoughts during meditation, notice which areas of your life keep cropping up as distracting thoughts and pulling on you. You will easily see what you must clean out of your closet in order to proceed more smoothly. For example, if you have heavy debts, and thoughts about these debts intrude when you meditate, rather than accrue more and more debts as our society urges, you will find yourself wanting to lessen them. As you simplify things like your finances, you see more clearly the way the laws of cause and effect work in your life. You will want to get your life lighter and clearer, so that there are fewer expectations upon you from all quarters. Later, when your meditative center is strong, you can carry many responsibilities without clinging to thoughts about them. Each time you lighten your life, you are less at the whim of thought forms, both your own and others. It's as if you have built a world based on the thoughts of who you seem to be. As you meditate, you become aware that these models are merely thoughts, not really who you are at all. Each time you give up an attachment to a thought form, your world becomes that much lighter and clearer. Meditation affects your life and your life shapes your meditation. It goes both ways. Less busyness in life brings greater richness in meditation. This richness makes you content with less of the trimmings of outer life. As this process continues, less is more. Silence is the garden of meditation. Ali. Maxims of Ali. I recall that as a Harvard professor I had FM in my car and stereo in my office and home. I was constantly surrounded by music, even with a speaker in my bathroom. In addition, there were paintings on all the walls and decorations in my car. Slowly, as meditation changed my perception of the universe, I started to crave simplicity. I placed objects on the walls that reminded me of higher possibilities, pictures of beings who were in higher consciousness, symbols of this consciousness, and art that represented it. I found that I was beginning to appreciate the silence and was content to enjoy a few pieces of music or art thoroughly rather than fill every space with sound and with imagery. At times, I even felt the total contentment that comes from sitting in silence in a purely white room. He who with little is well content is rich indeed as a king, and a king, in his greatness, is poor as the peddler, when his kingdom sufficeth him not. Shekel Hey Coach. The holy shekel. He who knows that enough is enough will always have enough. Lao Tzu. Tao Te Ching. When my Guru Maharaja instructed Hari Das Baba to train me, Hari Das had been silent for many years. He communicated with a chalkboard on which he wrote simple phrases. He instructed me to be silent also and prepared a chalkboard for me. At first it seemed like a game, but its depth and beauty became apparent in time. First of all I got tired writing long answers, so I started to find simpler ways of saying things, which in turn simplified my thoughts. A dialogue via chalkboard slows down communication sufficiently to see individual thought forms and the space that surrounds them. This space between statement and reaction considerably deepened the quietness within me. There is a great loss of energy in our normal chatter. Silence brought me great energy and clarity. As Hari Das wrote, nothing is better than something. Unless a man is simple, he cannot recognize God, the simple one. Bengali song. The Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. Stop talking, stop thinking, and there is nothing you will not understand. Return to the root and you will find the meaning. Pursue the light, and you will lose its source. There is no need to seek truth, only stop having views. Sengtstan Buddhist texts. To everything there is a season. The transformation that comes through meditation is not a straight line progression. It's a spiral, a cycle. My own life is very much a series of spirals in which at times I am pulled towards some particular form of sadhana or lifestyle and make a commitment to it for maybe 6 months or a year. After this time I assess its effects. At times I work with external methods such as service. At other times the pull is inward, and I retreat from society to spend more time alone. The timing for these phases in the spiral must be in tune with your inner voice and your outer life. Don't get too rigidly attached to any one method, turn to others when their time comes, when you are ripe for them. I first became involved in the journey through study, intellectual analysis, and service. I found it difficult to work with methods of the heart. I would try to open my heart, but the methods seemed absurd. I recall going to the Avalon Ballroom in the early 1960s to hear Allen Ginsberg introduce Swami Bhaktivedanta, who led a Hare Krishna chant. This chant seemed weird to me. It left me cold and cynical. I recall thinking, it's too bad, Alan's really gone over the edge. This chant just doesn't make it. In the years since, I've had moments of ecstasy with the Hare Krishna chant. My heart has opened wide to the beauty of the blue Krishna and the radiant Ram, and I've laughed at my own changes and growth. A student once came to me and told me that he felt turned off by devotional practices. His practice was Buddhist, his meditation was on the Dharma, the laws of the universe. Yet he felt troubled that his heart was closed. So I started him on the practice of the mantra I love you Dharma, breathing in and out of the heart saying, I love you Dharma. He loved it. It's not an all or nothing game. You're not totally out of one phase before you start the next, there's a gradual shift. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the heaven. A time to be born, and a time to die. A time to plant, and a time to pluck up that which is planted. A time to kill, and a time to heal. A time to break down, and a time to build up. A time to weep, and a time to laugh. A time to mourn, and a time to dance. A time to cast away stones, and a time to gather stones together, a time to embrace, and a time to refrain from embracing. A time to get, and a time to lose. A time to keep, and a time to cast away. A time to rend, and a time to sow. A time to keep silence, and a time to speak. A time to love, and a time to hate, a time of war, and a time of peace. Ecclesiastes 3, 1-8. The Old Testament. To a sincere student, every day is a fortunate day. Zenjutsu. Friends. As your meditation practice deepens, your attitudes toward other people change. The desires for gratification that make you turn to others out of need fall away. You may increasingly prefer to be alone, or with only a few people who share your interest in meditation. Let these changes happen gently. As you grow, your friends change. Unlike your family, to whom you stay connected despite changing interests, you no longer need continue a friendship when the reasons for it no longer exist. At first it may bother you if close friends do not share your pull toward meditation. But leave judgment aside, for people develop in different ways and at their own rate. Your old friends cannot convince you meditation is wrong, nor can you convince them it is right. Simply respect the different paths that you are taking. Above all, do not proselytize. Your own quiet changes are the most convincing statement. Minimize the drama that you attach to spiritual practices. When your faith is weak, you reinforce the weakness by trying to convince your friends to meditate also. Such efforts are only an attempt to reassure yourself. The fanaticism of large, popular movements often springs from this lack of faith on the part of its followers. The need to proselytize, the need to cling to and talk about your experiences, the need to dramatize them by turning simple acts of meditation into spiritual melodrama, all will fall away in time, leaving meditation a normal daily affair, nothing special. The melodrama of fanaticism is a form of spiritual materialism. You make spiritual life into something else to acquire, like a new car or television set. Just do your practices, don't make a big deal of them. The less you dramatize, the fewer obstacles you create. Romanticism on the spiritual path is just another attachment that will have to go sooner or later. If you meditate alone and maintain your old social relationships, you often find yourself among people who don't understand what's happening to you. If so, be discreet. Keep your thoughts about meditation and its effect on your life to yourself unless others ask. Other people's doubts weaken your faith before it has had the opportunity to mature. This is one reason a mantra is often given secretly. It is not that a mantra requires secrecy to be effective, but rather it is important to concentrate single-mindedly on a mantra without entertaining the doubts or ridicule of others. As meditation affects your life more completely, your desire for satsang, other beings who share similar spiritual interests, may lead you to seek out other spiritual aspirants to live with, either in a community or in a communal arrangement in a single house. Just because a community or commune is spiritual does not guarantee any less of the intense psychological melodramas usually found in group living situations. The fact that you meditate together, have a more or less shared outlook, and perhaps have the same teacher will all help you cut through some of the drama. But given human propensities, these factors will not likely cut through all of it. Living in satsang does not change the attachments with which you must work, but it changes your perspective on them. This new perspective brings a newfound sense of joy to daily activities that before seemed tedious and repetitive. The point of satsang is not to become a meditation freak or cultist, but rather to let a new sense of things permeate your life. The more advanced your meditative practice becomes, the less it matters whether you meditate with others or alone. You need fewer supports. Satsang finally takes you beyond the need for satsang. When your life is fully inner-directed, you need nobody's reassurance or help, then you can help others. Until that day, it's useful to have people around to point or share the way. Who are these by whom you wish to be admired? Are not these the men whom you generally describe as mad? What do you want then? Do you want to be admired by madmen? Epictetus. Orion's Discourses of Epictetus. Your kinsmen are often farther from you than strangers. Ali. Maxims of Ali. Let the student of our art carry on his operations with great secrecy in order that no scornful or scurrilous person may know of them, for nothing discourages the beginners so much as the mockery, taunts, and well-meant advice of foolish outsiders. Philolaethes. The Hermetic Museum. Come, come, whoever you are. Groups. Wanderer, worshipper, lover of leaving, it doesn't matter. Ours is not a caravan of despair. Come, even if you have broken your vow 100 times. Come, come again, come. Jalaluddin Rumi. Perhaps you are concerned about which of the many meditative programs to join. You may wonder about the purity or validity of the numerous kinds of meditation flourishing on the American scene these days. Here are some points to consider. The first is that you get what you want. You progress at the rate you are ready to. Your true desires will draw from any of these programs what you seek. Be open to groups that teach meditation and sense whether their practices feel harmonious to you. If so, go ahead, learn from them. The drawback is that their goals may be far short of liberation and you may end up despairing at their limited vision. Some programs are purer than others. Most are sincere efforts to teach meditation, only a very few are cynical exploitations of the marketplace. In general, their impurities will primarily affect them and only incidentally affect you. If you are pure in your desire, greed will not touch you. Most people act out of very strong attachments and clingings, and the mass movements cater to their disillusionments or enthusiasms. The large, public programs make their appeal to many different motives. The best known, the trademark program, has set as its goal initiating 1% of the world's population. I share with them the feeling that if more people would meditate, social decisions would be more harmonious. And certainly, to meditate using a mantra can take you very far along the path. Trademark gives many people their first taste of stillness, but some eventually find it is not enough and they move on. The trademark technique is a pleasant experience, and most certainly will give you some self-control and calm. For those who would go deeper, it is not that the mantra would not take them, but that the trademark organization itself is limited. The people who teach the method, except perhaps at its very top levels, like Maharishi Mahesh, do not seem to be the most advanced spiritual beings. Many people complain about paying for a mantra. There is really nothing wrong with an organization asking people to pay to support its efforts, if its wish to spread meditation is purely motivated. But the going rates of some groups seem excessive. The temptations of wealth are great. Gold has been the downfall of many yogis. My guru often warned me against women and gold, the lures of sex and money. Meditation is a very precious vehicle. It is sad that some teachers, who could know better, seek only wealth or power. They reap what they sow. For example, if you pay to learn meditation and the teacher charges unfairly, he or she is left with the money and you with the vehicle for liberation. If you use the method well, you end up free, your teacher trapped. In general, I find the large meditation organizations offensive, for they tend to attract people who want power. There are many slots in these large organizations for power players who become overbearing in their fraudulent holiness. If your desire is pure, if it is not power you're after, you can reach toward the source of these organizations. Drink from that source and let the impurities pass you by. Suppose, for example, a group's initiation offers sound traditional techniques, but the organization itself is an obstacle in the long run. If your motive is to be part of a group of like-minded seekers, then you may be attracted to such an organization. Use such a group until your inner discipline is strong enough, then go it alone. Many meditation groups seek to avoid any spiritual identity. Trademark, for example, has shed its spiritual side as fast as it can so that it will be more acceptable to the American masses, including the military and the public schools. Some programs, not at all spiritual in outlook, offer only therapeutic changes. They do a lot of good by offering mass psychotherapy that gives people a new feeling of self-worth. For that they're worth the money. They're useful, not a rip-off. Their limit is that they touch on methods that offer people much more than psychological betterment, but define their goals only in psychological terms, and thereby mislead people about the greater possibilities. For some who go these routes it will be enough, for others it won't. Those who want something more will move on. Such movements talk about higher states but actually teach ordinary effectiveness and stay within the bounds of the realities of this world. It is one thing to keep one's ground when one has never flown and quite another to fly and then return to the ground. My criticism of most mass spiritual movements is that they are not directed by people who have first flown and are now living on the ground. Someone who is lost in illusion, no matter how nice his or her words, cannot free another. The lack of freedom in those who guide others creates the most subtle suffering for everyone. When you are just beginning your journey, almost any method will help. As you get to the more advanced stages you will find that certain guides have aspirations lower than your own. Then you must seek elsewhere for the proper teaching, one that will free you rather than entrap you. The mass programs offer useful psychological house cleaning. They probably will make you more effective in the world. But for me the most attractive training programs are those which aim for the highest aspirations of humanity. Toward the living spirit. Toward knowing, or becoming God. These programs with higher aspirations are also serving humanity. In fact, they serve humanity even more, for they create a space of liberation from which you can pursue your involvement in the world with inner freedom. It takes a free being to free another. There is a story that as God and Satan were walking down the street one day, the Lord bent down and picked something up. He gazed at it glowing radiantly in his hand. Satan, curious, asked, "What's that?" "This," answered the Lord, "is truth." "Here," replied Satan as he reached for it, "let me have that, I'll organize it for you. Beware of false prophets, which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves." Matthew 7:15. The New Testament. Benares is to the east, Mecca to the west, but explore your own heart, for there are both Rama and Allah. Kabir. 100 Poems of Kabir. Teachers. If several teachers are available in your area, how do you select one? I say in your area, because you needn't go far afield to begin meditation. To travel all over looking for the perfect teacher adds more to your melodrama than to your liberation. Virtually any teacher is suitable simply to begin, and if no teacher is available, you can do much on your own. In the end, you are your own best teacher. Later on you may feel drawn to a specific teacher. As you look about for teachers, be open. Listen, tune, feel. Sense whether the teacher, teachings, and practices are harmonious with your needs. You may meet a teacher whom everyone else respects, loves, and honors, but in your heart nothing happens. There's no reason to judge this person, nor to persuade or argue with others. Simply decide what's right for you at the moment. Move on if you must. This does not deny the possibility that at some later date the same teacher may be perfect for you, or that he may be perfect for others. It's tempting to sit around and judge teachers rather than use their teachings and get on with it. There's no need for spiritual gossip. When you take teachings you have certain obligations to your teacher and the lineage from which the teachings come. Surrender. Open yourself to the instructions. Don't hold back, saying, I'll take just a little teaching from you, but no more. To get the most from a teacher you must dive in and immerse yourself fully. Risk getting wet. Trust that you will be able to get out of the water when you've had enough. In one meditation course I took, on the first day the teacher said, during these 10 days you must take a vow to surrender to me, to do just as I tell you. This was a limited contract and I had no trouble with it. I understood that this surrender was necessary for the proper transmission of his teaching. When the teaching is over, what are your obligations? Sometimes a teacher says, now that you have taken teachings from me, you must serve me and proselytize on my behalf. Or, you can't leave now, you're not ready, you need more teachings. Yet you know in your heart that your business together is finished. When you have finished with a teacher, your only debt to that teacher is your own liberation. As Shakespeare said, this above all, to thine own self be true. Thou canst not then be false to any man. All a teacher offers really is his or her own being. For example, there are many stories of enlightened teachers who by merely repeating a mantra once could change a devotee's entire life. The devotee might have been very worldly, but the spirit with which the mantra was invested evoked a deep response. Beyond the mantra, what the teacher transmitted was not only the mantra, but the ability to use it properly. If a teacher is trying to transmit what he or she has not fully received, the spirit will be lacking and the transmission will be incomplete. The student's disillusionment upon finding out that the teacher was not qualified to invest the mantra, unfortunately, may make the student averse to continuing the use of a perfectly good mantra. Some people fear becoming involved with a teacher. They fear the possible impurities in the teacher, fear being exploited, used, or entrapped. In truth we are only ever entrapped by our own desires and clingings. If you want only liberation, then all teachers will be useful vehicles for you. They cannot hurt you at all. If, on the other hand, you want power, a teacher may come along who talks about liberation but subtly attracts you by your desire for power. If you get caught and become a disciple of such a teacher, you may feel angry when this teacher turns out to be on a power trip, not leading you to enlightenment. But remember, at some level inside yourself you already knew. Your attraction to this teacher was your desire for power. Your anger is nothing more than anger toward yourself. Some say that you should do nothing without the help of a teacher, that to do anything without guidance is dangerous. Others say that a teacher is not necessary, that you can only do it yourself. Of course, people have awakened and come to full realization without any teacher. On the other hand, most people at some point along the path need teachers. For example, if you seek to quiet your mind, at first learning to meditate is enough. Later you might need a teacher to show you how you have misused even the simplest meditation in the service of your ego rather than having used it for your liberation. Whether teachings experienced along the way are beautiful and pleasant, or unpleasant and harsh, or even bland, all are grist for the mill of awakening. The slightest reaction reflects the subtlest clinging. It is a meaningful clue to where you are still holding on. Simply watching your reaction makes anything a teaching. Teachers and teachings are forms, and ultimately you must go beyond forms. If you are true to your own inner voice, as it gets subtler and subtler it brings you to the moment beyond separateness of seeker and guide. Then you have served your teacher well. When Mrs. Albert Einstein was asked if she understood her husband's theory of relativity, she replied, "No. But I know my husband and he can be trusted." If you wish to know the road up the mountain, ask the man who goes back and forth on it. Zen. The Gospel according to Zen. A man does not seek to see himself in running water, but in still water. For only what is itself still can impart stillness into others. Chuang Tse. The wisdom of China and India. When you forget all your dualistic ideas, everything becomes your teacher, and everything can be the object of worship. Shunryu Suzuki. Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind. Retreats. There is an ancient and unbroken tradition of people who withdraw from the marketplace for meditation. This withdrawal can range from a day of solitude to the dedication of one's entire life as a recluse or a member of a religious order. You will benefit by devoting at least a few days or weeks to intense inner work. You needn't become a monk, but an occasional retreat accelerates your progress. I often tell my students to take one day a month or set aside a weekend for solitude. Should you try it, the directions are simple. Go into an empty room, if you have one, or a large closet, if it gets enough fresh air. Don't see or speak to anyone. Don't read or study. Simply sit quietly, aware of yourself and the world around you. Do some formal meditation practices if you wish. Solitude shows you the way your mind creates your universe. For longer retreats you can go to one of the centers listed in the back of this book, or go out in a tent or a cabin. Go anywhere you can be completely alone for a week, a few weeks, a month, or more. During this time, follow your own schedule of methods, such as formal meditation, hatha yoga, chanting and mantra. But also spend time just sitting quietly. Sit near a tree, a brook, a rock. Set aside your intellect. Let the natural flow of the universe course through your being and harmonize your soul. Let it draw you into an eternal sense of time, of flow. While sitting quietly you may get depressed from rerunning the old movies of your life. Your fantasies and plans may plague you. But eventually a deep quietness will pervade your being, connecting you with profound aspects of yourself and of the universe. It will open you to deeper guidance from within, guidance that brings you closer to God. There is a pleasure in the pathless woods, there is a rapture on the lonely shore. There is society, where none intrudes. By the deep sea, and music in its roar. Lord Byron. Childe Harold's Pilgrimage. The homes of householders who have well-governed minds and have banished their sense of egoism are as good as solitary forests, cool caves or peaceful woods. Yoga Vasishtha. The world within the mind. The mind is all. If the mind is active even solitude becomes like a marketplace. Sri Ramana Maharshi. Talks with Sri Ramana Maharshi. I've spent time every year or so in many types of retreat facilities, Buddhist, Hindu, Christian, and have received much sustenance from doing so. A few years ago I stayed in a Benedictine monastery in New York State. I was given a cell, attended the daily offices and services, and joined in the monks' silent round of meditation, study, and work. I vividly recall a moment that affected me profoundly. We dwelt in silence. We had taken our modest meal on our tin-plated plates and cups, and we stood in line to wash our dishes. There was a large tub for soaping and another one for rinsing. The soaping dish had a sponge in it on a stick. It was the rare moment when some kind of social relationship was acceptable. As we stood in line, we were allowed to whisper to one another. I was standing behind a healthy, powerful man in his 40s, very radiant. I was watching the sponge go around on the plate he was washing as I asked, "How long have you been at this monastery?" His answer came back, 16 years. The image of that sponge going around on that plate and the words 16 years were imprinted in my mind. For the way in which he said 16 years had neither pride nor pity nor any other noticeable emotional quality to it. It was merely a statement of fact. That moment captured for me the equanimity, patience, and depth of meditative life. At a lecture, one of the brothers said, "Here at the monastery, we take away all freedom of choice about matters such as clothing, food, and what to do with time. This frees us to go within." There's a critical difference between external and internal freedom. The image "stone walls do not a prison make" is apt, for monastic life is very much like imprisonment. You are totally controlled in terms of time and space. Yet within these limits you are free from the need to think so much about externals, freeing you to explore yourself. Take advantage of the excellent retreat facilities available in this country. Many are listed in the directory at the back of this book. Some allow you to be on your own, so it can be like being alone in the wilds. Others offer structured retreats where meditation is taught and strengthened through an intensive training. I have found both kinds of retreats extremely useful. Time to yourself helps you simplify your life. A 10 days sitting with 50 other people and a meditation teacher inspires you and advances your meditation dramatically. Some religious organizations and growth centers offer such retreats. Many Christian churches and monasteries have retreat facilities open to the lay public. In Burma, retreats are a national pastime. Rather than going on vacation to the seaside or the mountains, the Burmese often use their vacation time for meditative retreats. They renew themselves and return to the world. This is starting to happen in the West. Retreat centers offer you a totally controlled space with minimal distractions. There are no televisions, radios, newspapers, few chances for idle hanging out, and fewer still for fulfilling most of the desires that interfere with meditation. We normally can't hear the still small voice within because of the blaring trumpets of our desires. In such a setting, where there is nothing to make the trumpet sound, you can more easily hear the still small voice. As one changes one's goals, much that was once seen as abhorrent becomes very functional, indeed, valued. Once I met a black panther. I was impressed with the clarity of his eyes. I said to him, "How did you become so clear?" His answer was, "It was solitary, man." He had been in solitary confinement for a long time and had used that punishment as a chance to deepen his own being. My life was very simple in my guru's temple in the Himalayas. I slept on a mat, washed from a bucket, ate one meal a day, and sat for long hours looking out the window or studying the Gita. At one point as I was sitting there, I recalled a Life magazine article I had once read about some prisoners of war, captured U.S. pilots. Some photographs had leaked out depicting their life. I recalled one major's description of his life as a war prisoner: "I sit in a room all day. I am sleeping on a mat. I am washing from a bucket and eating one meal a day." The article meant to depict the horror of his life, under such dread conditions. I looked at my own life. I had voluntarily chosen to live in exactly the same conditions, and most of the time I was in ecstasy at my situation. Each day a bus would go by outside the temple. It was my lifeline back to the world. Often when the time came for the bus in the afternoon, I found myself standing at the window watching for it. I would take out my return airplane ticket and hold it as I watched the bus go by. In this way I examined my longing to return to the world. I would fantasize getting onto that bus, then after maybe 30 or 40 hours in buses and airports and planes I'd arrive in the United States, where I would jump right back into all the things I had left behind. At that time the particular image that drew me was dancing to the Grateful Dead in San Francisco's Fillmore Auditorium. I imagined all the things I would do: eating, sex, entertainment, social relationships, visiting with the family, and so on. I could cast myself into any of these roles, run them through in detail and finally get to the point of imagining myself saying, "You know what I would really like? To be living in a temple in India where I could just sit all day." At that point I would put away my ticket and resume my practices. Sitting quietly, doing nothing. Spring comes and the grass grows by itself. Zen. The Gospel according to Zen. Is meditation a cop-out? Better to be temporarily selfish than never just. Gurdjieff. In search of the miraculous, P.D. Sky. Some people do use meditation as a cop-out. For them meditation is a defense against facing the problems of life. They devote themselves wholeheartedly to meditation as an escape from responsibility. But they defeat their purpose, for you have to be somebody to become nobody. And if you're not somebody enough, you'd better become somebody first. The spiritual path is not a cop-out from life. You need to clean up your life before you attempt to give it up. The popular image is of the meditator sitting with eyes closed, immersed in himself. Many in the West see meditation as a withdrawal from the world, an avoidance of social responsibility. Such withdrawal may occur temporarily, as when the meditator has periods of retreat. But it is not necessary, nor does it reflect the essence of the meditative state. Rather than make him withdraw from the world, meditation naturally leads the seeker to a deeper appreciation of the interrelatedness of things, of his relation to his family, friends, nation, and the world. The meditator also comes to honor the individual differences that make up the fabric of society. Within the harmonious flow of the universe, each person's part plays its role. For example, because I live in a country that allows me the freedom to meditate, I feel a duty to reciprocate by paying taxes and voting, so as to maintain the whole that allows me that freedom. At the same time, I don't have to go to Washington to protest. That isn't my particular role to play, but I don't object to anyone else doing it. Social action, if done compassionately, also betters society. Consider compassion and protest. Each of us is predisposed to fill different social roles. One person feels harmony as a mother who keeps a loving home for her family. Another feels that same harmony only when actively protesting social injustice. No role in itself is more conscious than another. A person's consciousness is reflected in the way the role is played. If someone who has a heightened meditative awareness feels drawn to protest against social injustice, such protest would come from a more compassionate sense of the rightness of the action. His meditative awareness allows greater clarity so he can view the social predicament from all sides. This lets the protester act more effectively, since he is not so attached to his own view of how things should be. Gandhi brought together spiritual life and social action in this way. He tried to meditate and always remembered God, even in the thick of a crisis. When he was assassinated, his last words were the name of God. Meditation changes how you do whatever you do. Look at competitive sports. Two tennis players, for example, may compete fiercely, each preoccupied with winning. Yet if at the same time they appreciate the beauty of the moment, including the fact that they are two human beings collaborating to compete, it changes the nature of the game. Their expanded awareness may also let them appreciate the beauty of the day, and their good fortune in being able to play. This added appreciation enhances the sense of playful competition and frees them of attachment to winning at all costs. an attitude we call poor sportsmanship. They can simply enjoy the moment. The secret behind successfully performing any act, be it meditation, motherhood, social protest, or tennis, lies in the attitude of the performer, not in the particular act. Saint Abbador of Thias, a 6th century monk, said, "Over whatever you have to do, even if it be very urgent and demands great care, I would not have you argue or be agitated. For rest assured, everything you do, be it great or small, is but 1/8 of the problem, whereas to keep one's state undisturbed even if thereby one should fail to accomplish the task, is the other 7/8. So if you are busy at some task and wish to do it perfectly, try to accomplish it, which, as I said, would be 1/8 of the problem, and at the same time to preserve your state unharmed, which constitutes 7/8. If, however, in order to accomplish your task you would inevitably be carried away and harm yourself or another by arguing with him, you should not lose 7 for the sake of preserving 1/8. Early Fathers from the Philokalia. In 1967 I spent many months in my guru's temple in India. I recall receiving a letter from Allen Ginsberg, describing the Chicago Convention and the revolutionary protest of many people whom I knew. For a moment, I felt as if I were escaping from the world by sitting in this temple in India, leading a simple quiet life. I thought I was copping out. It was as though I were at a rest camp far from the action, and my friends were out on the front lines truly helping mankind find a better world. At the time I was studying the Bhagavad Gita, which is the story of Krishna's injunction to Arjuna to fight in a battle. As I reflected more deeply, the Bhagavad Gita helped me realize that it is often easier to fight an external enemy than to confront one's inner demons, and that my own inner work did as much for my fellow man as for myself. Indeed, this was one of the front lines of the battle, deepening my own inner being to feed others. Perhaps, I thought, I was the one on the front line while they were holding back from ultimate confrontation. Later I realized that one needn't judge who was better or worse. We simply have different parts to play in the drama. Calmness of mind does not mean you should stop your activity. Real calmness should be found in activity itself. Shunryu Suzuki. Zen mind, beginner's mind. Many stages, many paths. There are countless paths, each with its own landmarks, its own route. Meditation unfolds in a sequence, but the specific experiences and their order vary from person to person and from method to method. In devotional meditation or prayer you may be filled with intense love, or with the great pain of separation, or with the presence of the living spirit. If on the other hand you meditate using a one-pointedness technique, such as concentration on the breath, you may first experience agitation, then quietness, a deepening silence, more immediate awareness of smaller units of thought, and finally the silent space and emptiness that exists beyond form. In still another approach to meditation, say a movement method like Tai Chi, your first experiences might be of balance, harmony, or flow with the earth, the air, and the surroundings. It is not possible to chart a single path, or to say that every individual will have the same experience. The paths of the heart, the mind, and the body each traverse different terrain to the same goal. Don't get attached to your way of meditation. Keep in mind that the goal is liberation and that all meditations can be used as you need them to help you in the journey. You can sit and follow your breath to bring your mind to quiet one-pointedness which loosens the hold of all your worldly thoughts. Once the basic tool of one-pointedness is forged, you can use it for any of a number of ends. If you use it to gain insight into the workings of your mind, you ultimately enter the state of nirvana. Or you might use your one-pointedness to contemplate beings who embody spiritual qualities and develop these qualities in yourself. Or it might work another way. You can begin with prayer, and through the love of Jesus simplify your life to the point that you create no new karma. What may draw you on then is the need for silence, so you seek a simpler meditation, such as following your breath. I've found that each meditation technique I've ever pursued seriously has helped me by touching another space in my being. Somehow I've danced through them without getting caught in a value system that would say that a single meditative technique is the only way. You cannot, however, keep collecting methods all the way to enlightenment. Sooner or later you will be drawn to one path or another, which is for you the eye of the needle, the doorway to the inner temple. The journey passes from eclectic sampling to a single path. Finally, you recognize the unity of your own way and that of other seekers who followed other paths. At the peak, all the paths come together. The Indian saints Kabir and Tulsi Das, as well as Saint Teresa, showed an incredibly intense yearning and love for God. Ramana Maharshi, on the other hand, showed the path in which the discriminative mind, through the method of self-inquiry, extricates one from clinging even to the concept of I. Others, such as the Tibetan sages Padmasambhava and Milarepa, embodied the skillful use of tremendous powers in the service of humanity. Jesus reflected the purest love, compassion, and sacrifice. Buddha showed the path of insight. All these are different routes to a single goal, liberation. Many paths to the mountaintop. Each has its own sights, experiences, hazards. Don't get stranded along the way. In any way that men love me, in that same way they find my love, for many are the paths of men, but they all in the end come to me. Bhagavad Gita 4:11. Water is for fish and air for men. Natures differ, and needs with them. Hence the wise men of old did not lay down one measure for all. Thomas Merton. The way of Chuang Tzu. There is no particular way in true practice. Shunryu Suzuki. Zen mind, beginner's mind. When you start, you most likely won't know which method will be your final one. In the beginning your view of the path is hazy, for you are still caught in your own expectations and models of reality. As your meditation advances, you become attuned to your own particular route through. Then as you finish the journey, you open to the universality of all lineages. The best description of that ultimate openness is the life of the Indian saint Ramakrishna. After having followed his own lineage, which honored, worshipped, and loved Mother Kali, he transcended it and went through Muslim, Christian, and a variety of other traditions. Today in the West, some people are drawn to fundamental Christianity because of an intense emotional relationship with Jesus, others are drawn to the simple austerity of Zen Buddhism, and some to the intermingling of energy and love in Sufi dancing. When you work with a particular lineage, commit yourself totally to it. Hear it, see it, smell it, taste it, totally surrender into it. Don't worry about your final path. Let the inner guru call you. Through meditation you learn to listen quietly, until the call comes, clear and unmistakable. From of old there were not two paths. Those who have arrived all walk the same road. Zenrin. The Gospel according to Zen. 5. Losing your way. Method. It is a rare being who can cross the ocean of existence without a boat. Few of us are ready to see completely through ego's illusion and thereby achieve instant liberation. So we use methods, we use a boat, with the understanding that when we get to the other shore, we'll leave the boat. We're not going to portage, we needn't carry the boat on our heads. We'll be finished with boats. But the boat can entrap or liberate. Whether you end up as a boatman or as one liberated depends on your original motive for spiritual work. You can become a connoisseur of boats, collecting the very best. Or you can go to the far shore, beyond, Gati, Paragati, Parasamgati, Bodhisvaha, beyond even the concept of beyond. Whatever you seek, spiritual realization, liberation, enlightenment, merging with God, or however you describe it, don't cling to meditation as a method. At the same time, leave yourself open to any possibilities that come your way. To stand back from any method for fear of entrapment leaves you standing on this side yearning for the far shore. Jump in and trust your inner guide. The purity of your own yearning and of the methods you follow will show you the way. Methods differ in how big, fancy, or ornate a boat they are. How dependent you become on a method depends on your degree of attachment to stuff, including your method of meditation. You can be attached to meditating on Krishna, chanting to fill your heart with love as the Hare Krishna devotees do. Or you can be attached to the ecstasy that sometimes comes from following your breath with exquisite one-pointedness. All methods are traps. But for a method to work you must go deeply into it, deep enough to be entrapped. At the same time, trust that your yearning for spiritual self-realization and the nature of the method will ultimately free you from the method itself. For example, a pure guru exists only for your liberation. The guru has no desire to entrap you as a follower or disciple. Yet for your relationship to be productive, it demands your total involvement and surrender. If a teacher is impure, he may want to hold you as a disciple beyond the time you are ready to leave. Then it will be your purity of purpose that turns you away from the teacher. It's the same with your relationship to meditation. As you reach each new stage, you cling to new highs. Or you may fear not getting enough after investing much of your time and effort. Or you may make the benefits of meditation, such as greater efficiency at work, ends in themselves. These are dead ends on the path. How you use a method determines whether it entraps or liberates you. The game isn't to become a method groupie, but to transcend method. To say I'm a meditator, or I'm an anything, is just another trap. Some, such as Krishnamurti, question whether meditation actually does lead to liberation. They point out that all methods are just more ways of entrapping awareness. Rather than springing us from the traps of ego, they add yet another bar to our freedom. Proponents, such as Patanjali and the Buddha, say these are tools to be used until there is no longer any need for them. My feeling is that it would be best to bypass methods, but there are few of us capable of such a leap of consciousness. The rest of us need methods. These are traps through which we set ourselves free. A good traveler leaves no track. Lao Tzu. Tao Te Ching. Experience. As your mind quiets more and more in meditation, your consciousness may shift radically. With quietness can come waves of bliss and rapture. You may feel the presence of astral beings. You may feel yourself leaving your body and rising into realms above your head. You may feel energy pouring up your spine. You may have visions, burning sensations, a sharp pain in your heart, deep stillness, stiffening of your body. You may hear voices or inner sounds such as the flute of Krishna, a waterfall, thunder, or a bell. You may smell strange scents, or your mouth may be filled with strange tastes. Your body may tingle or shake. As you go deeper, you may enter what the Southern Buddhists call jhanas, trance states marked by ecstasy, rapture, bliss, and clarity of perception. You may have visions of distant places or find you somehow know things though you can't explain how. These experiences may seduce you. If you cling to them, fascinated, whether the fascination be out of attraction or repulsion, you invest them with undue importance. When you've had this kind of seductive experience, its memory can be an obstacle to meditation, especially if you try to recreate the experience. To keep going in meditation, you've got to give up your attachment to these states and go beyond. If these experiences come spontaneously, fine. But don't seek them. I remember taking a 15-day insight meditation course. On the 12th day I experienced a peace that I had never known in my life. It was so deep that I rushed to my teacher and said, "This peace is what I have always wanted all my life." Everything else I was doing was just to find this peace. Yet a month later I was off pursuing other spiritual practices. That experience of peace wasn't enough. It was limited. Any experiential state, anything we can label, isn't it? My intense experiences with psychedelics led to very powerful attachments to the memories of those trips. I tried to recreate them through yogic practices. It took some years before I stopped comparing meditative spaces with those of my psychedelic days. Only when I stopped clinging to those past experiences did I see that the present ones had a fullness, immediacy, and richness that was enough. I didn't need the memories. Later, during intensive study of pranayama and kundalini, my breath stopped and I felt moments of great rapture. Once again, the intensity of the experience hooked me and I was held back for a time by my attempts to recreate those moments. When I saw that I was closest to God in the moment itself, these past experiences stopped having such a great pull. Again I saw my clinging to memories as an obstacle. You come to see through your attachment to such experiences and find yourself less interested in striving for them. The despair and frustration that come from desiring a fascinating state and not getting it becomes grist for the mill of insight. It's an irritating process, in a way. You may see things clearly or have a breakthrough into another state for a second or so. But like psychedelics, it leaves you starving. You can grasp it for a moment, but you can't eat the fruit of the garden. Meditation is not a matter of trying to achieve ecstasy, spiritual bliss, or tranquility, nor is it attempting to become a better person. It is simply the creation of a space in which we are able to expose and undo our neurotic games, our self-deceptions, our hidden fears and hopes. Kokyam Trungpa. The Myth of Freedom. In Brindavana, the sacred city where Krishna dances with the gopis, there is a Dudwala, a milk seller. He's a true devotee of Krishna. Once he was selling milk, and because of his purity, Krishna with his Shakti Radha came right up to the stand, there on the street in Brindavana, and bought some milk. He actually saw them. His eyes are as though they had been burned out by a brilliant bulb. He can talk about nothing but the moment that Krishna and Radha came to his dud stand. He's not worried about how much milk he sells anymore. He's had the ecstasy of seeing God in the form of light. And that's who he is this lifetime. It's a high place to be. Shouldn't that be enough? Won't you settle for ecstasy? Bliss? Rapture? Hanging out with the gods? Flying? Bet you always wanted to fly. Reading other people's minds? What power would you settle for? Said the devil to Jesus in the desert. You must want something. Whatever you want you get, sooner or later. And there you are. As long as you are not finished with that desire, you are entrapped. When you are attracted to powers and seduced by pleasures, what had been a vertical path turns horizontal. As long as your goal falls short of full liberation, you will be trapped by these experiences. If you know you want the long-range goal, that knowledge will help you give up the desires for the states along the way. As each desire arises, there will be a struggle with your ego. Part of you wants to enjoy the seductive pleasures, part wants to give them up and push on. One way to handle extraordinary experiences is to be neither horrified nor intrigued by them. The Tibetan Book of the Dead refers to the 10,000 horrible and the 10,000 beautiful visions. In the course of meditation you may meet them all: powers, great beauty, deaths, gross queries, angels, demons, all of it. These are just forms, the stuff of the universe. You confront them on the path just as you meet all manner of people when you walk a busy street. Notice them, acknowledge them, don't deny them, and then let them go. To cling to these heavens and hells, no matter how beautiful, slows your progress. Not to acknowledge them, or to push them away, is just a more subtle form of clinging. Follow the middle way. As stuff arises in your mind, let it arise, notice it, let it go. No clinging. Many sensations come, many thoughts or images arise, but they are just waves of your own mind. Nothing comes from outside your mind. To realize pure mind in your delusion is practice. If you try to expel the delusion, it will only persist the more. Just say, "Oh, this is just delusion." And do not be bothered by it. Shunryu Suzuki. Zen mind, beginner's mind. That thou mayest have pleasure in everything, seek pleasure in nothing. That thou mayest know everything, seek to know nothing. That thou mayest possess all things, seek to possess nothing. That thou mayest be everything, seek to be nothing. Saint John of the Cross. The ascent of Mount Carmel. Planes. Our senses and thinking mind keep our awareness aligned with the physical plane. But there are planes where beings exist other than the physical. If in meditation you enter other states of consciousness, you may meet such beings who seemingly come to instruct or guide you. At first, they are awesome. They seem to exist either in disembodied states or with luminous or transparent bodies that appear and disappear at will. They do not exist for normal vision. Because of the uniqueness of these beings, you might put more value on their teachings than is merited. Beings on other planes are not necessarily wiser than those on this plane. They may be well-meaning, but they may not know any more than you. Because of the way in which you met them, you are filled with awe and reverence, and you might treat their teaching as truth. All they may have to teach you is their existence itself, which shows you the relative nature of reality. Some whom you meet on planes other than the physical may indeed come from higher, more conscious realms. They may be masters who exist in order to guide you and come forth at critical moments to instruct you. You needn't meet such masters to become liberated. They come to you only if your particular path requires their manifestation. Just as with teachers on the physical planes, be open. Experience each being you meet and sense in your heart, do we have work to do together or not? If that teacher feels relevant to your spiritual journey, work with him or her until you have fully grasped the teaching. Then thank the teacher and proceed. This is true on every plane of existence. Power. Even the beginnings of an inner quiet and calm allow you to see much more. You get a new sense of how you create and control your universe. You stop reacting to events simply with blind patterns and habits of thought. Your life becomes more creative. Other powers follow this new creativity as your meditation deepens. They become more and more dramatic, and can include psychic powers, astral travel, and even powers on other planes. These are traps. They are seductive, especially for people who have felt impotent, inadequate, or weak. Because of their attractiveness, these powers tend to make you slow down in your journey in order to enjoy them. This is especially likely when they offer more sensual gratification. For example, if you use the powers to attract new lovers for sexual conquests. Power entraps even when it is used to do good. Even if you couch the exercise of power in righteous terms, it still involves you more deeply in ego, since you as a separate entity are trying to manipulate your environment. So it is that powers, just like any of the other seductions along the path, are best noted and let go of, rather than acted upon. It's better to go for broke than to take a small profit and run with it. Meditation may attract those who seek worldly influence because of the psychic powers they can develop. Generals take it up to improve their military efficiency, and so meditation becomes part of the Cold War. Some try to develop telepathic powers or the ability to change things at a distance to win wars or control other people or things with the mind. Meditation might bring you this. So what? With the despair that comes from knowing that the worldly dance, including the greatest powers, is not sufficiently fulfilling, you recognize the deeper potential of meditation, nothing short of, not my, but thy will, the will of God, out of which it all came in the first place. Why settle for less? If you continue this simple practice every day, you will obtain a wonderful power. Before you attain it, it is something wonderful, but after you obtain it, it is nothing special. Shunryu Suzuki. Zen mind, beginner's mind. Spiritual pride. A persistent trap all along the path is pride in one's spiritual purity. It's a form of one-upmanship in which you judge others out of a feeling of superiority. This ultimately limits your spiritual awakening. You can see many people who are caught in this trap of virtue, for example, in the self-righteousness of some churchgoers. In the yoga scene in America there are many groups of people who dress in a certain way, eat in a certain way, are special in some way that gives them an ego-enhancing feeling of purity. The harmful effect of this trap is not so much to one's social relationships, though they may become strained from this display of subtle arrogance, but rather the effect on oneself. This feeling of specialness or superiority inflates the ego and feeds it with pride. The best antidote to pride is humility, which leads to compassion. The sooner one develops compassion in this journey, the better. Compassion lets us appreciate that each individual is doing what he or she must do, and that there is no reason to judge another person or oneself. Merely to do what you can to further your own awakening. With joy, life, and death dance to the rhythm of this music. The hills and the sea and the earth dance. The world of man dances in laughter and tears. Why put on the robe of the monk, and live aloof from the world in lonely pride? Kabir. 100 Poems of Kabir. The worst man is the one who sees himself as the best. Ali. Maxims of Ali. Whoever has in his heart even so much as a rice grain of pride, cannot enter into paradise. Muhammad. Perspectives spirituelles et faits humains. We are to practice virtue, not possess it. Eckhart. Meister Eckhart, a modern translation. Highs. For many of us who have come into meditation through psychedelics, the model we have had for changing consciousness has been of getting high. We pushed away our normal waking state in order to embrace a state of euphoria, harmony, bliss, peace, or ecstasy. Many of us spent long periods of time getting high and coming down. It was like the biblical story of the wedding guest who came to the wedding but was not wearing the proper wedding garments, so he got thrown out. My guru, in speaking about psychedelics, said, "These medicines will allow you to come and visit Christ, but you can only stay 2 hours. Then you have to leave again. This is not the true samadhi. It's better to become Christ than to visit him, but even the visit of a saint for a moment is useful." Then he added, "But love is the most powerful medicine. For love slowly transforms you into what the psychedelics only let you glimpse." In view of his words, when I reflected on my trips with LSD and other psychedelics, I saw that after a glimpse of the possibility of transcendence, I continued tripping only to reassure myself that the possibility was still there. Seeing the possibility is indeed different from being the possibility. Sooner or later you must purify and alter your mind, heart, and body so that the things which bring you down from your experiences lose their power over you. Psychedelics could chemically override the thought patterns in your brain so that you are open to the moment, but once the chemical loses its power the old habit patterns take over again. With them comes a subtle despair that without chemicals you are a prisoner of your thoughts. I recall vividly a very powerful experience in 1962 in the meditation room of our house in Newton. For several hours I sat quiescent in a state of ecstatic transcendence merging into the universe. As the chemical began to wear off, I saw a blood-red wave rolling down the room toward me. In it were thousands of images of me, all of my social and psychological definitions of self. Me on a tricycle, giving a lecture, making love, and so forth. It was as if this wave was about to overrun me and carry me back into myself. I recall putting up my hands, trying to push away the oncoming wave and desperately searching my mind for some mantra or technique that would hold off this incredible force bearing down upon me. But I had no such charm or spell. The wave poured back over me and I came back into my old familiar self. In recent years I have learned how, when the thoughts arise that were contained within that wave, to use a meditative stance to witness them. This gently loosens their hold and brings me back into the moment. Then I see there's nothing special about the high, nothing dreadful about the thoughts in the wave. Just stuff. The trap of high experiences, however they occur, is that you become attached to their memory and so you try to recreate them. These memories compel you to try to reproduce the high. Ultimately they trap you, because they interfere with your experience of the present moment. In meditation you must be in the moment, letting go of comparisons and memories. If the high was too powerful in comparison to the rest of your life, it overrides the present and keeps you focused on the past. The paradox, of course, is that were you to let go of the past, you would find in the present moment the same quality that you once had. But because you are trying to repeat the past, you lose the moment. How many times have you felt a moment of perfection, only to have it torn away the next moment by the awareness that it will pass? How many times will you try to get high hoping that this time you won't come down, until you already know as you start to go up that you will come down? The down is part of the high. When in meditation you are tempted by another taste of honey, your memory of the finiteness of those moments tempers your desire. More bliss, more rapture, more ecstasy, just part of the passing show. The moment in its fullness includes both high and low and yet it is beyond both. Paradise is the prison of the sage as the world is the prison of the believer. Yaja bmuadh razi. To unite transcend anti-day religions. Success. Though the numbers are proportionally few, many thousands of us have, through discipline and persistence, arrived at a view of our lives that is open, clear, and detached. In this new space we have a lightness, an ease in carrying out our daily lives, an ability to keep a certain sense of humor about our predicaments. We find that because of the quietness of our minds it's easier to relate to acquaintances, to family, to employers, to friends. It's also easier to bring together our economic scene and the other aspects of our lives. We begin to feel a little bit like gods on earth, for where we see sadness and suffering around us, we are able to empathize and still feel lightness and joy. It's as if the world is made for our delight, and even our own troubles become a source of amusement. When we look one another in the eye there is clarity and honesty. We have a certain degree of inner peace. Many of us never thought possible this feeling of equanimity, fullness, and delight in life. We have a sense of self-acceptance, spaciousness, and fullness in the moment that makes each day enough. In many ways it seems like liberation. As I look around at people I know who have been working intensely on themselves for some time, there is a dramatic change. I see beings who were initially preoccupied with their melodramas, whose bodies were their enemies and who were attached to spiritual melodrama, now bright, clear, and strong. Their lives have come together, they have relationships that are fulfilling, moments that are enough, a lightness in their faces. To see them this way fills me with happiness. Yet I see that this stage is but a preparation for the ultimate climb that leads in the end to total liberation. This stage has a danger, it is too comfortable. It's like a beautiful mountain pasture, there are tents in the pine grove and streams to sit by and plenty of fuel and food. The air is clear, the view is grand. There are birds and wild flowers. These pleasures are a trap. Many beings tarry here in this role of God on earth for many lifetimes. But ultimately even this heaven is not enough. For there is another path that leads from this pleasant pasture to still higher slopes. There is the final journey. You should feel no guilt about where you are in your spiritual path. Wherever you are, be it at the beginning of the journey, well on your way, or resting comfortably at some height, you must acknowledge where you are, for that is the key to further growth. You should keep some perspective about the entire journey so that you will not sink into complacency, feeling you have finished the journey when you have not even begun to approach liberation. The sage does not talk, the talented ones talk, and the stupid ones argue. Tingen. Judging. Our deep conditioning from school exams, grades, and the like gives us the habit of looking at every achievement competitively, in terms of where we stand. How are we doing? Are we better, equal, or worse than others on the same journey? Such evaluation of our position becomes a real obstacle in spiritual life, for it constantly leads us to look at spiritual evolution in comparative terms. Someone tells you they have visions of lights when they meditate. You never have had such a vision. This fills you with feelings of inadequacy and jealousy. On the other hand, you may sometimes feel yourself leaving your body when you meditate. Your friends don't experience this. This fills you with a subtle spiritual pride that feeds your ego. In 1970 I traveled around the world on a lecture tour with Swami Matananda. In his teaching he transmits Shakti, or energy, to his students. I recall vividly a living room in Melbourne, Australia, where 20 people were gathered in meditation before him. It was late in the afternoon and he sat cross-legged on a love seat at the end of the room, with eyes closed behind sunglasses, a knit hat on his head, idly strumming a one-stringed instrument. The room was quiet. Slowly, one by one, the people in the room started to behave bizarrely. One portly gentleman in a dark blue suit with a watch fob suddenly began to do mudras, traditional Indian hand positions. I recall the look on his face of consternation and perplexity. It was apparent that he knew nothing of these mudras, and was certainly not doing them intentionally. Next to him a gentleman dressed in a tweed jacket and grey flannels with a pipe in his pocket, obviously the perfect professor, suddenly got up and started to do formal Indian dance. Again the look of perplexity, for in no way was he responsible for what he did. Near me was a girl who had come not to see Swami Matananda, but to be with her boyfriend, who was interested. Suddenly she began to do intense, automatic breathing. Her rapid breathing got to such a height that she literally bounced across the floor of the room with the breaths. Again I saw the look of perplexity. I watched more and more people experience the touch of Swami Matananda's Shakti, but never felt it myself. None of these things happened to me. I was concerned. After all, if I was evolved enough to lecture with Swami Matananda, why shouldn't I have these dramatic signs of spiritual awakening? The seed of jealousy sprouted in me. Though I didn't admit it, I did my best to induce these symptoms of awakening. Later I learned that these sometimes bizarre manifestations of Shakti were the result of various blockages in people and were in no way necessary on the spiritual path. As time has gone on, I have learned that there is no experience, no symptom, no sign of spiritual growth that is absolutely necessary. Each of us has a unique predicament that stretches back over many lifetimes. Each person is drawn to a different set of practices and responds in his or her own way. Individual differences are not better or worse, merely different. If we forego judging, we come to understand that each of us has a unique predicament that requires a unique journey. While we share the overall journey, everyone's particular experiences are his or her own. No set of experiences is a prerequisite for enlightenment. People have become enlightened in all ways. Just be what you are. The experiences along the way are not enlightenment. So if you don't see lights or meet remarkable beings on other planes, or if your body doesn't shake, or if you don't feel the greatest peace, or even if nothing seems to happen in meditation, don't compare or judge. Just keep going. To compare yourself with others is to forget the uniqueness of your own journey. Always repenting of wrongs done will never bring my heart to rest. Qi Kong. 170 Chinese poems. He who realizes the Lord God, the Atman, the one existence, the self of the universe, neither praises nor dispraises any man. Like the sun shining impartially upon all things, he looks with an equal eye upon all beings. He moves about in the world a free soul, released from all attachment. Srimad Bhagavatam. The wisdom of God. Love it the way it is. Thaddeus Gallus. The Lazy Man's Guide to Enlightenment. 6. Getting stuck. The body reacts. The minute that even the most gentle attempt is made to quiet the mind, to go within, to loosen the hold of one's overlearned way of thinking and being, new experiences occur. Many people, after their first hours of meditation, feel unusual patterns or rushes of energy. There is no cause to fear. Merely watch and open to these changing energy patterns. Don't resist them. Where there is fear, there are blocks in the body, and energy cannot flow. Each person has his or her own special weak spot where tension first manifests. For some it is stomach upset, for others pain in the neck or in the small of the back, for others headaches. Just sitting quietly for 20 minutes often creates tensions in a body that is used to being constantly on the move. Sleep habits may also change. You may need more sleep or less sleep. Even the tiniest quieting of the mind releases energy. If it is able to flow through you freely, you will probably feel energized and sleep less. On the other hand, if your old habits hold on strongly and you struggle against the energy, you get fatigued. Don't get lost in overreacting to the pains or tiredness. Just make yourself as comfortable as possible and proceed with the meditation. For the most part they are only distractions, not symptoms of a real illness. In each case, gently adapt in whatever way is required. Don't be afraid or exaggerate these things into a melodrama. Don't obsess. These physical symptoms come and go during meditation. If you treat each such manifestation as real, you'll spend thousands on doctor bills. Once when I was meditating intensely for several months, I began to feel very ill. I went to a doctor who kept making me come back for more tests. He charged me outrageous fees, until I had run up a $600 bill on tests alone, none of which showed anything. I got so frustrated that I just decided to get better. I stopped worrying about my symptoms, and they went away. This is not to say that you should not treat illness. Remember, your body is your temple, you must take care of it properly. Just give up your melodrama about being sick. If you're ill, get whatever treatment you need. But do so matter-of-factly, and don't use illness as a cop-out to stop meditating. The body constantly tries to draw attention to itself by its shiverings, its breathlessness, its palpitations, its shudders and sweats and cramps, but it reacts quickly to any scorn and indifference in its master. Once it senses that he is not taken in by its jeremiads, once it understands that it will inspire no pity that way, then it comes into line and obediently accomplishes its task. René Dommel. Mount Analog. Do not try to drive pain away by pretending that it is not real. Pain, if you seek serenity in oneness, will vanish of its own accord. Sengtstan Buddhist texts. The way that will relieve your woes on the physical plane will also take you to the highest spiritual realizations. And the way is simple. No resistance. Thaddeus Gallus. The Lazy Man's Guide to Enlightenment. The mind reacts. Over the years we develop strong habits of perceiving the universe, and we come to be very secure within these habits. We selectively perceive our environment in ways that reinforce them. This collection of habits is what we call ego. But meditation breaks the ego down. As we begin to see through it, we can become confused as to what reality is. What once seemed absolute now begins to seem relative. When this happens, some people get confused, others fear they may be going insane. You must expect that growth requires change. A child's structure of reality alters as his or her endocrine system starts to change in puberty, leading sometimes to confusion and emotional upset. So it is with meditation that as you grow into a more conscious being, your old realities crumble and there will be moments of disorientation. The best strategy for dealing with this disorientation is to note it and let it be. Don't try to push it away and retreat into familiar habits. Most people need not fear this disruption. Although you may feel some anxiety, the ego's defense mechanisms usually give way no faster than you can handle it. But if you find these reactions too disturbing, you can cut back on the amount of meditation you do, or even stop altogether for a while. When you feel more calm and relaxed, ease back into meditation. The path to freedom is through detachment from your old habits of ego. Slowly you will arrive at a new and more profound integration of your experiences in a more evolved structure of the universe. That is, you will flow beyond the boundaries of your ego until ultimately you merge into the universe. At that point you have gone beyond ego. Until then you must break through old structures, develop broader structures, break through those, and develop still broader structures. In fact, a person always finds when he begins to practice meditation that all sorts of problems are brought out. Any hidden aspects of your personality are brought out into the open, for the simple reason that for the first time you are allowing yourself to see your state of mind as it is. Kogyam Trungpa. The myth of freedom. Recently a woman came to see me who considered herself very close to having a nervous breakdown. One of her symptoms was unpredictable amounts of energy, so great at times that though she would ride her bicycle for 3 or 4 hours, afterward she would have more energy than when she began. She also cried unpredictably, for no apparent reason. She would sometimes look at some of her clients, she was a therapist, and feel such love for them that she wanted to kiss their feet or worship them. She would wake up at night with visions of beings talking to her, and feel presences in the room. Her vision would keep shifting so that what seemed a reality at one moment would be a dream a moment later. Sometimes she wasn't sure whether something that happened the night before was real or a dream. A constriction in her throat kept rising upward, and she felt energy racing through her spine. Most of these symptoms, if presented to a traditional psychotherapist, would be treated as pathology. When I heard her description, I recognized at once that what was happening to her was the awakening of the Kundalini, the energy that resides in the psychic tube in the spine known as the Sushumna. I rummaged through my papers and found a list of the symptoms that occur when Kundalini awakens. I read her the list, and over 80% of her symptoms were on the list. As I read, her anxiety subsided, for suddenly she felt she was no longer crazy. She could now understand that she was in the midst of a spiritual process and there were clear steps for her to take to work with these energies. Just the reduction in anxiety was enough to change the nature of the entire experience for her. She could let the changes happen. In the initial stages of meditation it is unlikely that you will have any such severe symptoms. But as your meditations get deeper, the ego will cling by whatever means it knows. Very often that clinging will take its form in physical symptoms or intensely negative psychological states. It's as if something that has remained quiescent for a long time is suddenly stirred up and rises to the surface. These long latent impurities must be schemed off. Each of us has psychological weak points. Our weakness may be paranoia, depression, lassitude, confusion, or indecisiveness. I've had clear, decisive people come to me who, after meditating for some time, found themselves becoming less and less certain. Close examination revealed that their previous decisiveness came from being locked into rigid models of reality. As these models crumbled and they began to see the relative nature of the world they once thought they knew, it became more difficult to make decisions. This was only a stage. Later they quieted enough to hear the entire domain of possibilities, not just a narrow slice as before. Their decision-making became even better than before. As each such reaction occurs, merely allow it, sit with it. Krishna Kishore. passed through a God-intoxicated state, when he would repeat only the word Om and shut himself up alone in his room. His relatives thought he was actually mad, and called in a physician. Ram Kaviraj of Nagore came to see him. Krishna Kishore said to the physician, "Cure me, sir, of my malady, if you please, but not of my Om." Sri Ramakrishna. The Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. Distractions. Meditation texts name certain mental states that are hindrances. Try to be aware and work to overcome them in your meditation. The major unhelpful states are tiredness and torpor, strong desires, distractedness, agitation and worry, and anger, depression, and doubt. Each of these is bound to occur from time to time, and each represents a special danger to meditation practice, because they are so compelling. Should any of these states of mind arise, e.g., a sexual fantasy, or the thought "I'm too tired to keep meditating, I'll go to sleep instead," or ruminations over some pressing problem, they should be treated like any other distraction. Simply return your full attention to the meditation. These hindering states demand that you exert greater effort to get your mind back to meditation than do most of the other random thoughts that cross your mind. Making this effort is the essence of meditation. I've meditated hours and hours where nothing at all seemed to happen. I became increasingly bored and disgusted. Every tactic I could think of for cutting through these emotional states was useless. I had to examine my inadequacies, my doubts about my practice, my belief that it would lead me to God. I had to confront my reactions to meditation. Take fatigue, for example. It was a chronic problem for me. I remember propping myself up with piles of cushions so that I would not fall over into sleep. I often went to meditation courses because I was afraid that alone I would drift off into sleep. I've since learned to handle drowsy states with breathing techniques. What I experienced as fatigue often was actually a state of deep stillness that I misinterpreted. Instead of taking the feeling of fatigue as an invitation for a nap, I now regard it as a passing state, and keep sitting. By letting go of whatever thoughts may come, no matter how powerful or fascinating they may be, and constantly returning to the meditation, our mental habits lose their hold over us. We create space for new possibilities, new realities, new being. In Bodh Gaya, where Buddha was enlightened, perhaps 100 of us gathered at a monastery for meditation training. For 10 days at a time we meditated intensively from 5:30 in the morning until 10 at night. During these 10-day periods on about the 8th day the teacher would instruct us to spend a 60-minute period in the hall without moving at all. I recall vividly one such period. The room was crowded, it was darkened, a gentle night. Outside I could hear the sound of the village, the creaking of the wooden wheels of the ox carts, drivers yelling at their water buffalo, the laughter of children at play. I sensed a gentle, timeless civilization close to the earth. Inside the teacher was reminding us, be aware of your breath. Do not move. From the distance I became aware of the buzz of a mosquito, the sound becoming louder. The horrible thought arose in my mind, I hope the mosquito lands on someone else if he must land at all. Then there was guilt, and then with the next following of the breath, the thought of guilt faded. The mosquito approached. My consciousness once again was entrapped by the sound of the mosquito. It landed on my cheek. Do not move, the teacher intoned. I could feel the mosquito walking over my skin looking for an appropriate place to feed. My automatic impulse to brush away or kill mosquitoes came to mind. I wrestled with my mind to bring it back to my breath. Then I felt the mosquito inserting its proboscis into my skin. Slowly I felt it getting heavier as it filled with my blood. I wrestled to bring my mind back to my breath, but it kept being caught by the drama that was unfolding on the surface of my skin. Slowly the mosquito withdrew, was still for a moment, and then staggered across my skin preparing for takeoff with its new burden, my blood. I felt the fullness of the engorged mosquito. It flew away. Just beneath the surface of my skin there came a sensation. Itching, itching. I wrestled to bring the mind back to my breath. Itching, itching. I watched the itch arise, become overwhelmingly insistent, and then slowly subside, as the alien fluids were absorbed into my system. How much I learned in that tiny bit of suffering. By holding back my reaction I saw the entire sequence clearly. What grace that mosquito provided in allowing me to examine the passing nature of phenomena. If at prayer we do nothing but drive away temptations and distractions, our prayer is well made. Saint Francis de Sales. Conformity to the will of God. We must do our business faithfully, without trouble or disquiet, recalling our mind to God mildly, and with tranquility, as often as we find it wandering from Him. Brother Lawrence. The practice of the presence of God. When you are practicing Zazen, do not try to stop your thinking. Let it stop by itself. If something comes into your mind, let it come in, and let it go out. It will not stay long. When you try to stop your thinking, it means you are bothered by it. Do not be bothered by anything. Shunryu Suzuki. Zen mind, beginner's mind. The man of wandering mind lies between the fangs of the passions. Santideva. The path of light. Constantly struggle with your thought, and whenever it is carried hither and thither, collect it together. God does not require from novices prayer completely free from distractions. Do not despond when your thought is distracted, but remain calm, and unceasingly restore your mind to itself. Saint John of the Ladder. On the prayer of Jesus. A wandering thought is itself the essence of wisdom, immanent and intrinsic. Milarepa. The 100,000 Songs of Milarepa. Doubt. You can't expect that your ego is going to lie down and stop resisting immediately. It finds new and more subtle ways to use your every weakness. At many points in your spiritual journey your faith may be tenuous and your commitment minimal, and your zeal may evaporate. One of the ego's favorite paths of resistance is to fill you with doubt. When you want to sleep late, you'll find reasons not to get up to do your sadhana. You won't see the usefulness of meditation anymore. You'll doubt your teacher, yourself, and the Spirit. You'll doubt God. And on and on and on. These doubts have to be dealt with, for some may be valid. For example, you may be right to doubt your teacher. Your teacher may not be worthy of his or her following. On the other hand, this very doubt may be a mind game to keep you from a deeper commitment. In truth, only you know which it is. There is a place in you that knows whether you are conning yourself in order to cop out, or whether you are indeed dealing with a legitimate awareness of limitations. Doubt demands you examine what you are doing with a critical eye. In this examination, include the doubt itself. If the doubt seems just another dodge of your ego, suspend it and proceed. The antidote to doubt is faith, but it should be an informed faith, not blind. Let go the things in which you are in doubt for the things in which there is no doubt. Mohammed. The 42 Traditions of a Nawaiwai. It is when your practice is rather greedy that you become discouraged with it. So you should be grateful that you have a sign or warning signal to show you the weak point in your practice. Shunryu Suzuki. Zen mind, beginner's mind. Once a man was about to cross the sea. Bibe Ishna wrote Rama's name on a leaf, tied it in a corner of the man's wearing cloth, and said to him, "Don't be afraid. Have faith and walk on the water. But look here, the moment you lose faith you will be drowned." The man was walking easily on the water. Suddenly he had an intense desire to see what was tied in his cloth. He opened it and found only a leaf with the name of Rama written on it. "What is this?" he thought, "just the name of Rama." As soon as doubt entered his mind he sank under the water. Sri Ramakrishna. The Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. Fear. Some people from time to time feel fear during meditation. Fear takes all kinds of objects. Fear of hypnosis, faddism, insanity, losing control, irresponsibility, losing friends, loss of identity or of will, apathy, or passivity. Fear of being lost in the void or the emptiness. Nameless fear, of nothing particular. Fear that nothing will happen. Fear that something really will happen that will change you. Such fears will grab at you and influence you to stop meditation. Examine these fears, be open to them. But don't worry, they will pass. The changes that meditation brings will not be such that there is anything to fear. Roosevelt was right, we have nothing to fear but fear itself. For the defenses of your ego are sturdy enough that you have ample opportunity to offset any negative effects of meditation. My suggestion is to relax and enjoy the journey. As fears arise, allow them their space. Understand that, like all the other feelings meditation brings you, confusion, pleasure, pain, excitement, boredom, your fears, too, will pass. It was a dark night, early summer, finally turning warm. As Grandpa Joe slipped out of the car, I called to him to ask for his advice. I had been warned that the bears of the mountains were now active, especially at night. It was dangerous to walk in the woods in the dark. And furthermore, last summer a bear had actually come and circled the very teepee where I was now living, for it is pitched a good 20 minutes walk further up the mountain from the other llama dwellings. Grandpa, I asked, tonight I must walk alone in the dark a long way to get to my teepee. Perhaps I will meet a bear. What should I do? Should I talk to the bear? Should I send it love? Grandpa leaned back and we shared a gentle space of silence together. Then he gave me this advice. No, talk to bear. Talk to God. Saraswati. It is not that you must be free from fear. The moment you try to free yourself from fear, you create a resistance against fear. Resistance, in any form, does not end fear. What is needed, rather than running away or controlling or suppressing or any other resistance, is understanding fear. That means, watch it, learn about it, come directly into contact with it. We are to learn about fear, not how to escape from it, not how to resist it through courage and so on. Krishnamurti. Loss of meaning. Very often people report to me that meditation has brought an emptiness into their life. Everything seems meaningless. It takes great faith to ride through such heavy periods of spiritual transformation. I recall the near anger I had towards spirituality as I saw my favorite rushes fall away. Things I had previously gotten great thrills from became empty. For example, many years back one of my aesthetic highs was to visit Tanglewood, the music festival where the Boston Symphony played. I recall in particular a beautiful evening when I lay under the elm trees on a blanket with wine and cheese and listened to the symphony in the outdoor shell play Berlioz's Requiem. I was in ecstasy. A few years ago, some 20 years later, I was passing by Tanglewood and remembered that moment. I decided to drop by to attend an evening concert. Much to my delight, I found they were to play the Berlioz Requiem that evening. I immediately got some wine and cheese, took a blanket, and arrived very early so I would have a choice elm to lie under. The evening was beautiful, soft, and warm. The music began to play. Much as I tried, I could not recapture the ecstasy. The experience was incredibly beautiful, delightful, and enjoyable. But it wasn't as I remembered it. I had to realize that my memory of that moment was so high because by comparison the rest of my life was much lower. But now things had changed and each moment of every day had started to have a quality of newness and radiance and intensity. The driving to the concert, the buying of the wine, the lying under the elm were equally as high as the concert. Instead of peaks and valleys, I had a plateau. Meditation brings this change. Each moment starts to have a richness or thickness of its own. Fewer moments are special as more of them become richer. This lessens the rushes, the highs and lows. As they disappear, we sometimes feel a sadness and depression, a sense of having lost the richness and the romance of life. Indeed, an awakened being is not romantic, for nothing is special anymore. Every moment is all of it. No romance. Just the coming and the going. Coming and going. In a way, it is sad to see one storyline turn into empty form. The dark night of the soul is when you have lost the flavor of life but have not yet gained the fullness of divinity. So it is that we must weather that dark time, the period of transformation when what is familiar has been taken away and the new richness is not yet ours. Perhaps your reverence has met a certain lady. Mahatisa the elder replied. I know not whether a man or woman passed. A certain lump of bones went by this way. Buddhagosa. The path of purity. He who contemplates the lotus feet of God looks on even the most beautiful woman as mere ash from the cremation ground. Sri Ramakrishna. The Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. Before a man can find God, all his likings and desires have to be utterly changed. All things must become as bitter to thee as their enjoyment was sweet unto thee. John Toller. Life and Sermons of Dr. John Toller. The attainment of enlightenment from ego's point of view is extreme death, the death of self, the death of me and mine, the death of the watcher. It is the ultimate and final disappointment. Kokyam Trungpa. The myth of freedom. On not finding your guru. Seeking one's guru is like going on pilgrimage. It is a useful journey, but you don't have to take it to finish the path. There is a good possibility you will never meet your guru. But because you do not meet your guru does not mean you do not have one. Any person that reaches toward God, toward liberation, toward the Spirit, is noticed, and a contact is made with the vehicle or form that will ultimately draw you home. You needn't know your guru. It is only necessary that your guru know you. Only your need to maintain control compels you to try to know your guru. Your journey is one of purification, and you can proceed whether you know your guru or not. Don't worry about it. Your guru will become known to you, if and when necessary. If the guru were to manifest too soon, you might get lost in an interpersonal devotion that would just be another trap for you. You must trust that the process is benevolent. When needed, the guru appears. It's a benign conspiracy. I once asked my guru, how do you know if a person is your guru? He answered that it is simply whether this person can take you all the way. Taking you all the way does not mean that the guru does it for you. Rather, the guru is the way. The guru's very being creates a space that is the doorway to your freedom. Along the way you may meet your guru and feel overwhelming love for him or her. This makes you cling to the guru. In the end you must go beyond the separateness of the forms you have loved. To go all the way is to go beyond the concept of guru. Ramana Maharshi said it, God, Guru, Self, all the same thing. For 30 years I went in search of God, and when I opened my eyes at the end of this time, I discovered that it was really He who sought for me. Bayezid al-Bistami. Translations of Eastern Poetry and Prose. I had heard about a superior type of man, possessing the keys to everything which is a mystery to us. This idea of a higher and unknown strain within the human race was not something I could take simply as an allegory. Experience has proved, I told myself, that a man cannot reach truth directly, nor all by himself. An intermediary has to be present, a force still human in certain respects, yet transcending humanity in others. Somewhere on our earth this superior form of humanity must exist, and not utterly out of our reach. In that case, shouldn't all my efforts be directed toward discovering it? Even if, in spite of my certainty, I were the victim of a monstrous illusion, I should lose nothing in the attempt. For, apart from this hope, all life lacked meaning for me. René Dummel. Mount Analog. In time, and always just at the right moment, a teacher or maggot arrives. He may manifest in many ways, as old Kabbalistic documents indicate. One may not see him more than once, or realize one has known him all his life. It can be one's grandfather or a fellow student, the man crossing the sea with you on a boat, or someone you thought a fool. He may arrive at your front door or already be in the house. Zevban Shimon Halevi. The Way of Kabbalah. 7. Getting free. Keep your ground. If you feel free only when you meditate, you're not really free. Freedom does not come from turning your back on your responsibilities. The game is to be in the world but not of it. Even when you find yourself feeling spaced out, disoriented, or untogether, you can make an extra effort to meet the needs of the moment, whether it's the baby's diapers that need changing or your income tax that is due. Don't make meditation a cop-out from life. You can allow yourself adjustment periods when you don't have to function quite as well as at other times, especially just after periods of intense retreat. Eventually you learn to function in the world even right after the deepest meditation. That's the goal, balancing inner and outer. You're part of society, you're part of a family, you're part of all sorts of groups. Do what you must to meet your responsibilities, but do it as an exercise that furthers your own liberation as well. The true freedom of awareness that you seek is possible only when you acknowledge and fulfill honorably all aspects of the dance of life. It is in the perfection of form that we are free. The time of business does not with me differ from the time of prayer, and in the noise and clatter of my kitchen, while several persons are at the same time calling for different things, I possess God in as great tranquility as if I were upon my knees at the Blessed Sacrament. Brother Lawrence. The practice of the presence of God. Do not permit the events of your daily lives to bind you, but never withdraw yourselves from them. Only by acting thus can you earn the title of a liberated one. Huang Po. The Zen teaching of Huang Po. The true saint goes in and out amongst the people and eats and sleeps with them and buys and sells in the market and marries and takes part in social intercourse, and never forgets God for a single moment. Abu Saidibnabilt. Studies. I did not go to the Maggid of Mizritz to learn Torah from him but to watch him tie his bootlaces. A Hasidic saint. Major trends in Jewish mysticism. Facing weaknesses. We have all been enchanted with getting high, having a free awareness, and so we have tried to repress or deny lows when our awareness once again gets caught in this or that. We love the illusion of being high but are afraid of coming down. As your journey proceeds, you realize that you can't hold on to your highs and deny your lows. Your lows are created by the remaining attachments that blind your awareness. Facing your lows, your anger, loneliness, greed, fears, depressions, and conflicts, is the most productive fire of purification you can find. As your connection with the Spirit deepens, you might even choose to seek out those things that bring your attachments to the surface, so that you might confront them and free your awareness from them. It's a tricky business, playing with fire. You must feel your own way, unless you have a guide to say when to go and when to stop. If you don't have a guide, trust your own judgment. For example, if anger still traps your awareness, you might put yourself in situations which usually elicit anger and then attempt to maintain clear awareness. If you confront your attachments out of guilt, out of oughts or shoulds, or through some externally imposed discipline, it won't work. For these confrontations are difficult and your motives to confront them must come from deep within. It takes the innermost resolve to resist your powerful temptations, or separate your awareness from your strong desires, be they lust, anger, or whatever. Your gains through meditation give you the enthusiasm that can bring a breakthrough into another plane, or the heartfelt desire to go in deeper, or the hunger to change your life. But it still takes much courage and fortitude to face the deepest attachments head-on. When you feel that your life is committed to the spirit, you can no longer avoid confronting these weaknesses. Your strategy changes. You seek to move faster, wishing to confront head-on the things that bring down your awareness. You can no longer let them have their way. So you ask for a hotter fire, a fiercer confrontation. Even though this is often painful rather than pleasurable, it's all right, for you are reaching toward that freedom which lies beyond pleasure and pain. When you want to burn away the grip of your ego on your awareness, you'll endure whatever is needed to clean up your life. Truth alone is the austerity of the Kali Yuga. Sri Ramakrishna. Women saints of East and West. Handling energy. Meditation is like diving deep in the ocean. To allow you to go to the depths and come back up smoothly, your body must acclimate at each stage. As you adjust to each new level, you are filled with a greater energy. The predicament is that as you receive greater energy during meditation, it carries over to the times you are not meditating, when your old habits of mind to which you are still attached hold sway. The temptation is to use these new energies to strengthen your old habits, to use the meditative energy in the service of your ego. For example, you may find that these new energies enhance your sexual excitement, enthusiasm, and proficiency, or your social power or charisma. This undoubtedly is one of the attractions of meditation. But if your yearning is to go to the depths of your own soul, if your journey is to seek what Buddha had, what Christ had, what Ramakrishna had, what Abraham had, what Mohammed had, then you must beware of dissipating these energies through your old habits. You must channel them to go deeper. The energies that come from going near God can take you even nearer to God. The ego is designed to survive in the midst of this energy. It's like a spacecraft with walls of thick steel to protect it from the incredible bombardment of the high energies of outer space. The art of meditation, however, is to work gradually with these new energies to free awareness from ego without destroying it. If your mind and heart are not open enough, the energies that surge into you can take negative forms. They may feel like raw power that causes you fits of violent shaking. You may feel edgy, nervous, unable to sleep, speedy, excited, or agitated. You may feel a paranoia because you are having insights that no one you know understands. To prepare yourself to handle these energies positively, purify your mind and strengthen your body. Then you will be ready when the boundaries between you and the larger sources of energy become thin. As this intense energy courses through your being, you will be able to handle it, though you may notice symptoms such as shaking or nervousness. When this happens to me, I focus on my heart, breathe in and out of it, filling with love on each breath. Great force can come to you, but when it is balanced with love you won't feel overwhelmed. With love, you are more open to the energy. Then you will grow in power, the power of love. You are on the way home. Live as quiet a life as you can during intense periods of meditative practice. Get enough rest. You may encounter new spaces that will consume or create huge amounts of energy. Your body one moment may be totally exhausted and the next moment full of energy and refreshed. Your behavior may become erratic. Sometimes when I'm in intense spaces, my body is just barely strong enough to stand what it undergoes. Then I'll suddenly fall into a sound sleep that lasts maybe 15 minutes. When I come out of it, my whole body is vibrant with energy, fully revitalized. Some people feel the need for a guide who senses when they are getting more energy than they can balance. Such a guide sees what they need to do to acclimate to new levels of energy. For most of us, our intuitive common sense will handle the moderate changes that we face. The practice of meditation will open us gradually to more and more of the energy of the universe. If we remember the highest wisdom, that energy and love are one, This journey will be without fear, faith and persistence. Many times in the course of meditation you will think of things you'd rather be doing. There may be moments of boredom, of sexual desire, doubt, or fatigue. At these moments you must call upon your faith. Faith in what? Faith in the power of meditation to change your awareness and your perspective about reality. It is to strengthen this faith that you study books such as this rather than simply do your practices. Study brings you a deeper understanding of why you meditate and what to expect. When you read other people's stories of a meditative life, you get a sense of the possibilities for your own. These inspirations can generate sufficient faith to override the difficult moments in meditation. Understanding feeds your faith. Along with faith comes the requirement for dogged persistence. At first, meditation may bring you mild highs or some relief from suffering. But there may come a time, just as there does in the development of any skill, when there will be a plateau. You may be bored, discouraged, or even negative and cynical. This is when you will need not only faith, but persistence. Often you will find yourself in training that forces you to sit when you wish you didn't have to. You subject yourself to this because something deeper within tells you to go on. It forces you to persist despite your abhorrence of the process. This persistent effort brings greater faith. Even to the end of the journey, faith is vulnerable. For example, though your faith may be strong enough to sit in meditation, if you mix with people who sneer at it, their skepticism may weaken your resolve. But if you stay with meditation, faith in your path will strengthen until you can withstand any criticism, even your own doubt and dark night of the soul. When meditation works as it should, it will be a natural part of your being. There will no longer be anything apart from you to have faith in. Hope starts the journey, faith sustains it, but it ends beyond both hope and faith. A young lad was sent to school. He began his lessons with the other children, and the first lesson the teacher set him was the straight line, the figure 1. But whereas the others went on progressing, this child continued writing the same figure. After 2 or 3 days the teacher came up to him and said, "Have you finished your lesson?" He said, "No, I'm still writing 1." He went on doing the same thing, and when at the end of the week the teacher asked him again, he said, "I have not yet finished it." The teacher thought he was an idiot and should be sent away, as he could not or did not want to learn. At home the child continued with the same exercise and the parents also became tired and disgusted. He simply said, "I have not yet learned it, I am learning it. When I have finished I shall take the other lessons." The parents said, "The other children are going on further, school has given you up, and you do not show any progress, we are tired of you." And the lad thought with sad heart that as he had displeased his parents too, he had better leave home. So he went into the wilderness and lived on fruits and nuts. After a long time he returned to his old school. And when he saw the teacher he said to him, "I think I have learned it. See if I have. Shall I write on this wall?" And when he made his sign the wall split in 2. Hazrat Inayat Khan. The Sufi message of Hazrat Inayat Khan. A group of us were in a sauna bath, just hanging out, going out into the sun, coming back into the bath, and a telegram arrived for me saying, "Rohit Sudishan is being held at Mt. Baldy in Los Angeles. We are holding a space for you." This is the most difficult of the Zen sittings each year. It was to start the next day. So I got on a plane and went to Los Angeles. I arrive at the Zen monastery having sacrificed a sauna bath in the warm desert for this cold mountain outside of Los Angeles. I expect a greeting like, "Oh, Ram Dass, we're so happy you could come," a little bit of ego feeding. Instead I'm met by a guy in a black outfit with a clipboard and a shaved head who says, "Das, Ram, you will be in bunk 6. Here is your robe. Brother John will show you how to put it on and you are to be in the Zendo in 6 minutes." So I think, okay, baby, I'll play. I go in and I set up my bunk. You're not supposed to look at anybody or talk to anybody for 9 days. 9 days. Every morning it's pitch black and all these people in black outfits are rushing to toilets, toothpaste, Zendo at 2 in the morning and it's freezing. If you don't sit straight they beat you with a stick. There's snow all around and I had a cold. I'm getting sicker and plotting how to get out of this. Should I have a telegram sent saying I have been called away on an emergency, or remember I had a lecture or something? 4 times a day you go in to visit Joshu Sasaki Rashi, a tough, squat Japanese of about 65. It's called Dakyuzen. He had given us the koan, how do you know your Buddha nature through the sound of a cricket? When it comes my turn, I go in, bow the proper number of times, and sit down. He's got a bell and a stick, and he says, "Ah, doctor. How you know your Buddha nature through sound of cricket?" I had been sitting out there waiting my turn, thinking, now how would you know? You're not supposed to do that, but I figured, what the hell, here is a Jewish Hindu and a Zen Buddhist scene, I'll give him a Tibetan Buddhist answer. So I concluded that the best thing to do when he asked me was to hold my hand up to my ear, like the Tibetan Milarepa listening to the sounds of the universe outside his cave. The Rashi says only 60%, and rings the bell that means I should leave. It goes on like this for days. I'm getting sicker and madder and just bored and disgusted. Even though my sitting is stronger, I can't solve the damned koan. Finally, about the 4th or 5th day, I walk up to see the Rashi. I still haven't solved the koan. I stand up there and think, I don't give a damn what the answer to that koan is. Screw this whole scene. I've had enough. I walk in and he says, "Ah, doctor, how you know your Buddha nature through sound of cricket?" And I say, "Good morning, Rashi." Like, let's cut the crap. Good morning, enough already. "Ah, doctor. Finally you are becoming a beginning student of Zen. Grace is proportionate to exertion. Satya Sai Baba. Do not do things off and on. Have your sadhana every day with greater and greater intensity." Swami Ramdas. Guide to Aspirants. The result is not the point, it is the effort to improve ourselves that is valuable. There is no end to this practice. Shunryu Suzuki. Zen mind, beginner's mind. To endure is the disposition of the sage. The I Ching. Trust your heart. In the first part of your journey you may be quite eclectic, trying out many methods. Don't consider these changes from one method to another a weakness. Nor is it a weakness to stay with one method if it feels right to you. But it is a weakness to stay with a method that doesn't feel right, or to shift methods to avoid going too far with any one of them. How do you know when to shift, when to stay? Listen to your inner voice, your heart, and be truthful with yourself. This self-reliance and honesty will guide you not only in these early stages, but all the way to enlightenment. Each person has to be very honest and honor his or her stage of evolution. Nobody can live another's life. You've got to live your own. When I went to Bodh Gaya in India, I took course after course in meditation. After a while I started to eat more and more, get up later and later, and waste more time each day, until the message was clear. This was no longer the time for intense meditation. It was time for me to take it easy. To try to meditate too intensely before you are ready will bring you similar tensions and difficulties. On the other hand, not meditating when the pull to do so is strong may raise the same difficulties. Be prepared for the possibility that what seemed to be the right practice or strategy at one moment may not feel so a moment later. The process is dynamic and changing. Sometimes, for example, you may feel a very deep pull toward meditation. You may join a spiritual group only to find that the group's goals are far more limited than your own. As your practice takes on a dimension beyond that of the groups, you will have to seek more profound methods and teachers. Be prepared to give up your models of the path as you travel it. There is no shame in admitting your mistakes. Mahatma Gandhi once led a protest march in which many thousands of people left their jobs and homes to endure great hardship. As the march was well underway, Gandhi called a halt and disbanded it. His lieutenants came to him and said, "Mahatma Ji, you can't do this. The march has been planned for a long time and there are so many people involved." Gandhi's answer was, "My commitment is to truth as I see it each day, not to consistency. All that you seek is already within you." In Hinduism it is called the Atman, in Buddhism, the pure Buddha mind. Christ said, "The kingdom of heaven is within you." Quakers call it the still, small voice within. This is the space of full awareness that is in harmony with all the universe, and thus is wisdom itself. Every new level of meditation, every new understanding of who you really are, attunes you more delicately to this space so that you can hear and be guided by your inner voice more clearly. Time and time again your attachments may veil this truth from you. Your attachments lead you to seek outside of yourself for answers that can only come from your own heart. Each time you lose contact with that inner awareness, you need only meditate. For through meditation you will hear that inner click, that sense of rightness about what you are doing. Your answers are unique. Listen with your heart. We have what we seek. It is there all the time, and if we give it time it will make itself known to us. Thomas Merton. If you do not get it from yourself, where will you go for it? Zenran. The Gospel according to Zen. Humor. Did you ever have a bad day? Everything seems to go wrong and you are completely lost in anger, frustration, and self-pity. It gets worse and worse, until the final moment when, say, you have just missed the last bus. There is some critical point where it gets so bad the absurdity of it all overwhelms you and you can do nothing but laugh. At that moment you up-level your predicament, you see the cosmic joke in your own suffering. Meditation, because of the space it allows around events, gives you the chance to see the humor of your predicament. Awareness of the passing show of one's own life allows a lightness to enter in where only a moment before there was heaviness. Humor puts things in perspective. There are many levels of humor. There is a humor of survival, a humor of sex and gratification, a humor connected with power. Beyond all these there is a humor that is filled with compassion. It is reflected in the tiny upturn in the mouth of the Buddha, for he sees the humor in the universal predicament. All beings are lost in illusion, yet he knows that they will awaken from that illusion, for they are, at heart, already enlightened. He knows that what seems so hard to them is from another perspective their own path to liberation. Often the perspectives about yourself and the universe that you arrive at through meditation make you want to giggle or laugh. This giggle is without malice. It's a cosmic giggle, one that I identify with my guru, Maharaji. For his giggle was not of this world. It was not a social or personality giggle, but rather a cosmic chuckle, the delight in the fun of it all. His giggle was from the place that gives us the term Lila, the divine dance of life. If it were not laughed at, it would not be sufficient to be Tao. Lao Tzu. Tao Te Ching. Maharaji was sitting with a group of devotees when suddenly he asked, "Who's coming? Who's coming?" No one could be seen. Just then the servant of one of his devotees came. The minute Maharaj Ji saw him he yelled, "I won't go. I know he's dying. I won't go." The servant was surprised because no one knew that his employer had first had a heart attack and had called for Maharaji. Everyone pleaded with Maharaj Ji to go, but he continued to refuse. Finally he picked up a banana and said, "Here, give him this. He'll be all right." The servant rushed home with the banana. It was mashed up and fed to the dying man, and as he took the last bite he died. A devotee, The monks of a large Gelugpa monastery were appalled one morning to find a man on top of the prayer flagpole in their main courtyard. Since this was considered a very bad omen, they determined at once to hold a ceremony to exorcise this apparition. 5,000 monks gathered that afternoon in the courtyard and en masse chanted the Heart Sutra. At the end of the recitation, in accordance with tradition, they proclaimed 2 verses to accomplish the exorcism. By the power of our words may this evil being come down. By the power of our contemplation of these words may this evil being come down. As they chanted the first verse, the man on the flagpole, who was the mad yogi of Bhutan, slid halfway down. As they chanted the second, he went back to the top. Kogyam Trungpa. Visual Dharma, the Buddhist art of Tibet. A certain Betashi dervish was respected for his piety and appearance of virtue. Whenever anyone asked him how he had become so holy, he always answered, "I know what is in the Quran." One day he had just given this reply to an inquirer in a coffee house, when an imbecile asked, "Well, what is in the Quran?" "In the Quran," said the Betashi, "there are 2 pressed flowers and a letter from my friend Abdullah Idris Shah." A rabbi visited a village reputed to have a miracle-working tzaddik, and asked, "What miracles has your tzaddik actually performed?" "Our tzaddik has fasted every day for 3 whole years now." 3 years? But that's impossible. He'd be dead by now. Certainly he would. But our tzaddik knows that if he fasted every day, that demonstration of saintliness would put everyone else to shame, so he eats only to spare everyone's feelings, and conceals the fact that privately he's fasting. Leo Rostin. The Joys of Yiddish. Anyone walking about Chinatown in America will observe statues of a stout fellow carrying a linen sack. Chinese merchants call him Happy Chinaman or Laughing Buddha. This Hodai lived in the Tang dynasty. He had no desire to call himself a Zen master or to gather many disciples about him. Instead, he walked the streets with a big sack into which he would put gifts of candy, fruit, or donuts. These he would give to children who gathered around him in play. He established a kindergarten of the streets. Whenever he met a Zen devotee, he would extend his hand and say, "Give me 1 penny." Once as he was about his play work, another Zen master happened along and inquired, "What is the significance of Zen?" Hodai immediately plopped his sack down on the ground in silent answer. Then, asked the other, "What is the actualization of Zen?" At once the Happy Chinaman swung the sack over his shoulder and continued on his way. Paul Reps. Zen Flesh, Zen Bones. 8. The Journey of Consciousness. We are departing for the skies. Who has a mind for sightseeing? Rumi. Picture a beautiful warm summer day. A group of people has decided to climb a nearby mountain. The going is easy, the day gentle. After several hours they reach a plateau with a rest station. Here they find a restaurant, comfortable chairs, restrooms, telescopes, all the conveniences. The view is inspiring. The air is cooler and clearer than down below. A sense of well-being, of health and energy, animates the climber's body and soul. For many in the group this is enough. They return home refreshed and satisfied. They are Sunday climbers. A few remain, having discovered another path. Or perhaps it is the same path that began far down in the valley. Impelled by the need to explore, they thrust forward onto it. After a while the air grows cooler still. The trees thin out. Clouds obscure the sun from time to time. The path keeps rising, getting steeper and steeper. It is not yet beyond the skill of those who are determined to go on. They reach a second rest area, with no conveniences other than an outhouse and an outdoor fireplace. The camaraderie is now deeper. Their eyes feast on a grander view. The villages in which they grew up nestle tiny and remote from this new distance. It is their past they see in a new perspective. They see the limits of their lives in the valley far below. Few people leave this station to travel higher. Most stay for a while, then go back down. Some remain, a handful. They seek and find a hidden path disappearing above. Are they ready to ascend the flat faces of rocks, to creep along narrow ledges, to explore caves high above, to crawl up to the snow line and beyond? They feel some fear and loneliness now, some confusion. They ask themselves why they left the conviviality of the rest stop to tackle this painful, dangerous journey, or is it a pilgrimage? Their physical hardships reflect their spiritual struggle. The obstacles of rock and cliff mirror the possibility of great injury, worse than before because the openness and risk is greater. Added now is an inner battle. The climbers feel they have taken on an adversary. The mountain has become something to be mastered and controlled. Of the handful of people that climbs to this height, only 1 or 2 can reach the top. Those few who go for broke, who want to reach the top, will use their every tool to its utmost. They want all of it, the top of the mountain, the mystic experience every great climber has known. We have in America little appreciation, less experience, and no models for this ultimate journey. This final path is reflected in Christ's 40 days in the desert, by the many years of intense spiritual work which Gautama Buddha underwent before enlightenment, by the years in which the great saint Swami Nityananda sat in a tree like a monkey, living close to the edge of insanity, or by Ananda Mayi Ma, who roamed about lost to self and family in trance. Asia has innumerable stories of these few beings who made such a fierce journey, a journey that can only be made if you are propelled by an inner fire, a yearning and pull for liberation that is so powerful there is no way to deny it. After one arrives at the summit, after going through the total transformation of being, after becoming free of fear, doubt, confusion, and self-consciousness, there is yet one more step to the completion of that journey, the return to the valley below, to the everyday world. Who it is that returns is not who began the climb in the first place. The being that comes back is quietness itself, is compassion and wisdom, is the truth of the ages. Whatever humble or elevated position that being holds within the community, he or she becomes a light for others on the way, a statement of the freedom that comes from having touched the top of the mountain. The return completes the cycle. It is this cycle which brings the spirit to earth and allows the divine to feed once again the hopes and aspirations, the barely sensed possibility, that exists in each human being. This is the way of the bodhisattva, the maggot, the sheikh, the enlightened soul, the saint. You cannot stay on the summit forever, you have to come down again. So why bother in the first place? Just this, what is above knows what is below, but what is below does not know what is above. One climbs, one sees. One descends, one sees no longer but one has seen. There is an art to conducting oneself in the lower regions by the memory of what one saw higher up. When one can no longer see, one can at least still know. René Dommel. Mount Analog. There is no real coming and going. For what is going but coming? Shabistari. The Secret Rose Garden of Sad Ud Din Mahmud Shabistari. Keeping still is the mountain. The I Ching. But can one say that such a being has returned from beyond? In truth, he or she is beyond return. The one who arrives at the top is not the being who set out at the bottom. One who arrives at the top goes through the fear of death, and sees what only a few ever see, knows what only a few ever know. Such a being returns to the world to live in humility and simplicity. For to have faced the forces of the universe and found a way to harmonize with them is to find one's true place, to be in the flow. This is the achievement which is no achievement. This very special journey allows such a being to be nothing special. Up to the very end of the climb up the mountain of liberation the most subtle suffering still remains, for there is still an individual who identifies with his or her own separateness. There is still clinging. there is still a final bond to break. At the moment of scaling the highest peak or walking the narrowest ledge, the climber must let go of everything, even self-consciousness, in order to become the perfect instrument of the climb. In the ultimate moments of the climb, he or she transcends even the identity of climber. As Christ said, one must truly die and be born again. The absence of identity with personal ego means that the being is free, is pure compassion, pure love, pure awareness. For such a being, everything is in the moment. There is a richness in which past, present, and future all coexist. You cannot say of a moment of full awareness that something is not present, nor can you say that something stands out. You can focus on one thing or another, or on the emptiness of the form, or on the many planes within the form. The focus of a totally free being is guided by the need of the moment, by the karma of the individual he or she is with. For such a being, life is a constant unfolding. No need to think about what to do. It's all intuitive. It's as simple as the innocence and freshness that a young child experiences. Only in this silence, the silence that lies behind thought, can one hear the symphony of the universe, can one hear the whisper of the word, can one approach the inner temple wherein dwells the soul. The moment is timeless. But within timelessness there is time. The moment is spaceless. But within the undifferentiated boundaries of infinite space lies form, with its demarcations. There is clarity, so that everything is discrete and can be seen clearly if one focuses. There is liberation, there is perfect faith, no fear of change, no clinging to the moment. The moment is enough. The next moment is enough also. And the judgment of enough is gone, choiceless awareness. Grown men may learn from very little children, for the hearts of little children are pure, and, therefore, the Great Spirit may show to them many things which older people miss. Black Elk. The Sacred Pipe. It is all an open secret. Ramana Maharshi. Talks with Sri Ramana Maharshi. Such unbounded spacious awareness contains an intense love of God, equanimity, compassion, and wisdom. In it there is openness and harmony with the whole universe. Beings whose awareness is free enter into the ocean of love that has no beginning or end, love that is clear like a diamond, flowing like the ocean, passionate as the height of the sexual act, and soft like the caress of the wind. This is the all and everything. It is the love that includes hate, for it is beyond polarity. It is the love that loves all beings. There is a universal tradition of people who complete the path of meditation, who transcend their intellects, open their hearts, and come into tune with that from which the universe flows. Such beings are sages, enlightened, realized, free, children of God. They are God people. One day I was sitting in the courtyard across from my guru, Maharaji. Many people were sitting around him, joking and talking with him, rubbing his feet, giving him apples and flowers. He was giving things right back and I could see the love flow back and forth. But I sat across the courtyard, in a very impersonal state. I thought, that's all well and good, but it is just attachment to form. I've done that. I must go beyond that. He is nothing special, although he is everything. I can be at his feet anywhere in the universe. The way in which he and I are connected has nothing to do with form. We are one in awareness. At that moment I saw Maharaji whispering to an old devotee who came running across the courtyard and touched my feet. I asked, "Why did you do that?" He replied, "Maharaji said, touch Ram Das' feet." He and I understand each other perfectly. From having met Maharaji I have a sense of what a free being is like, what a pure awareness is like that does not cling to time, to space, to identity. I sense what it is to live so totally in the moment, that you do not cling at all. Anjani says of him, there can be no biography of Maharaji. Facts are few, stories many. He seems to have been known by different names in many parts of India, appearing and disappearing through the years. His Western devotees of recent years knew him as Neem Karoli Baba, but mostly as Maharaj Ji, a nickname, meaning Great King, so commonplace in India that one often can hear a tea vendor addressed thus. Just as he said, he was nobody. He gave no discourses, the briefest, simplest stories were his teaching. Usually he sat or lay on a bench wrapped in a plaid blanket while a few devotees sat around him. Visitors came and went, food was given them in a few words, a nod, a slap on the head or back, and they were sent away. There was gossip, laughter, he loved to joke. Orders for running the ashram were given, usually in a piercing yell across the compound. Sometimes he sat in silence, absorbed in another world to which we could not follow, but bliss and peace poured down on us. Who he was no more than the experience of him, the nectar of his presence, the totality of his absence, enveloping us now like his plaid blanket. Anjani. The true men of old knew no lust for life, no dread of death. Their entrance was without gladness. Their exit, yonder, without resistance. Easy come, easy go. They did not forget where from, nor ask where to, nor drive grimly forward fighting their way through life. They took life as it came, gladly. Took death as it came, without care, and went away, yonder. Yonder. They had no mind to fight Tao. They did not try, by their own contriving, to help Tao along. These are the ones we call true men. Minds free, thoughts gone, brows clear, faces serene. Were they cool? Only cool as autumn. Were they hot? No hotter than spring. All that came out of them came quiet, like the four seasons. Thomas Merton. The Way of Chuang Tzu. About the author. Ram Dass is an American psychologist and spiritual teacher who is able to make the spiritual insights of the East accessible to the Western awareness. He was born in Boston in 1931. He received his PhD in psychology from Stanford University, then taught at Stanford, the University of California at Berkeley, and Harvard University. Ram Dass's own spiritual journey began during the early 1960s, with his explorations of the effects of psychedelic chemicals on human consciousness. Together with Timothy Leary and other members of the Harvard Social Relations Department, Ram Dass, known then by his Western name, Richard Alpert, began utilizing these substances to explore the dimensions of altered states of awareness. The effects of Alpert's first psilocybin experience in 1961 were profound and transformative, opening him to what he later described as a place where I existed independent of social and physical identity. Following that first psychedelic experience, Alpert joined with Timothy Leary and others in a research program at Harvard to further examine the nature of these enhanced states of consciousness. In 1963, he was dismissed from Harvard because of the controversial nature of this work. Over time, Alpert's interest shifted away from psychedelically induced consciousness alteration. He began to investigate other methods, and in 1967 continued his spiritual quest by traveling to India, where he understood that there were spiritual traditions which concerned themselves with the exploration of these higher states. After months of traveling about India, Alpert was led to a small temple where he met the man destined to become his guru, Neem Karoli Baba, known to his Western devotees as Maharaji. Alpert recognized that he had found in Maharaji someone who embodied the wisdom he had been seeking, and so spent many months living at Maharaji's temple in the foothills of the Himalayas, studying techniques of yoga and absorbing the spirit of Maharaji's being. It was during that time that Maharaji gave him the name Ram Dass, which means servant of God. After some months, Ram Dass returned to the United States, where he began sharing what he had learned, first through classes, and later through books, tapes, and workshops. His spiritual writings include Be Here Now, Miracle of Love, Grist for the Mill, The Only Dance There Is, and How Can I Help? Since his first visit to India, Ram Dass has returned to the Far East again and again to further nourish his spiritual growth. He has studied meditation with such teachers as Goenka, Munindra, and U Pandita, and has spent months at a time practicing meditation in retreat centers and monasteries in the United States and in the East. In Journey of Awakening he shares the insights he has gained through these practices, and offers meditation techniques which can be applied by anyone, regardless of experience or background. In recent years, Ram Dass has centered his spiritual path on the practice of karma yoga, compassionate action as a technique for spiritual growth. He is a member of the board of directors of the Seva Foundation, an organization dedicated to service as a focus for the spiritual journey. He is also the chairman of the board of the Hanuman Foundation. My life is my message. Mahatma Gandhi,